Hello viewers and welcome back to another piece of crap boat anchor bingo pinball repair video. I got a really cool one for you today. This is Super 7, one of 6 super cool, super fun, but super complex Bally bingos. So let's dig into it. So there are 6 of these Bally bingos that are Mystic Line titles that are like none other Bally bingos out there because they have a really cool feature called the special game, which is this section right here on the back glass. What this is pretty much an entirely separate feature, pretty much I guess built into the entire game itself. It's like a little side game, but it's really fun. So, like I said, there are 6 titles to feature this feature. You have Orient, that was the first one, Venice, and London, and then Safari, Super 7, and then Bonus 7. Super 7 and Bonus 7 pretty much have the same game, except Bonus 7 has a feature like that's like right here, called the Sunny Circle feature. And what that is here on the bingo card. These 3 numbers here, they have like little starbursts around them. And it's kind of like red letter game, but it affects the special game. They're exactly the same on both of them. And there's a little panel right here that says either 2 sunny circles or 3 sunny circles, depending on which one you have lit. And if you make that, what'll happen is the next time you start a new game and you unlock the special game, I think it'll automatically enable for you. Your score will immediately jump to the max score, which is pretty cool. But it's kind of hard to play, honestly, because you have to make both that shot and then trying to make your win here, which I'll explain that in a moment. So the story with this one is I picked this one up locally, somewhat. It was a couple-hour drive from here, but it was well worth it for this game. And this was in a building that the guy told me that he had recently purchased. And when he had acquired it, there were a bunch of these bingo machines in there. This was one of them, and the other one that he had was a county fair, but I didn't grab that one since I already had it. And he told me he had a few others, but from the way he described it, I guess they were technically parts machines, and he discarded them, which honestly is a little sad because I probably would have taken them, but I only had room for this machine at the time. I probably would have went back and picked them up. But, you know, that's all right. I already have enough games as it is, and they probably would have been missing so many parts, honestly. And so I took this one home, and it was probably one of the greatest purchases ever, honestly, because I know this game's going to be hella fun, because as you can see, it's packed with features. I'll describe what some of them are in a moment. But the cabinet on this one is a little because I'll show this side. Because as you can see, it's either heavily discolored or it's heavily nicotined. I'm not sure what it is, honestly, but it's horribly discolored. It doesn't look that bad on the camera, but it's much worse in person, sadly. And you might think that'll probably clean up fine with the correct chemicals, but honestly, I'm not sure because, like, the whole thing is honestly really smooth, so I'm not sure if someone has put something over that or what, but I don't know. It might clean up, but I'll give it a shot later and see what happens. But other than that, it's pretty solid and it looks great. The front of the cabinet is a little too. The buttons are pretty much stripped of all their colors, because that's the red button, obviously. That's the yellow button. That's the white button for the special game. And one of these two is blue and green, which are for these options right here. But that's no big deal. Just take them out and apply some spray paint. Boom, good as new. Of course, all the metal's just a little rusted. Legs are pretty okay, minor rust. May or may not paint them, we'll see. But foot rail, standard condition. Buttons look good though, or at least they press good. They obviously don't look great, they're all worn down. That's very common in a Bally bingo, especially one of these younger ones, because they had so many plays, so the buttons just get worn down. Some people probably press them really aggressively too, honestly. Playfield is also because I think it's also really discolored, because like all these like cream colored sections are supposed to be like white. Like all of this is supposed to be like really white. The back door is good representation of that. It's not discolored horribly. But I don't see anywhere hardly. There's a little bit, like I'll give you a better look once we take the glass off, but there's nothing that's like eye-catching, except for one area up here, because it once had a mouse in it, because there's a mouse house. So you know what that means. Chewed up wires, yay. That's always fun. But other than those areas, I don't really see anything major, which is good. That glass, however, is pretty much mint, and I'm grateful for that, honestly, because I can't get this back glass. Bonus 7 I could, but this, I don't have bonus 7. I only have this one. And the only area on the back glass I could really see that's missing is right here. That's about it, other than the glass being really dirty and dusty. I don't really see anything else. This right here is just dust. That's nothing to worry about. So the special game on this game is called Super 7, which is pretty much the title of the game. And the way it works is, here in the playfield, each number has a diamond on it with a number ranging from 1 to 6. Let's see, here's a few of them, for example. And the goal is, you want to, on your first 2 balls, like here, you want to make a number with 2 holes that both add up to 7. And if you do that successfully, you can collect a payout, which is this row right here. But if you want to take chances and try and double your scores, you can shoot your 3rd ball in a red numbered hole, which is all the even numbers, it looks like. Yeah, all the even numbers, see how they're red, and all the odd numbers are yellow. And if you do that successfully, then you can shoot your 4th ball in a yellow hole, which is any of the yellow holes, which are the odd numbers. And if you do that successfully, you can shoot your final ball for another even number. And if you do that successfully, then you can collect your payout, which will be any of these numbers, depending on which one you have lit. But I think this is probably one of the hardest games to win, I think. I'm not sure. Haven't played it. There's no videos of this game, at least a physical one. So it looks like this will be the first one. but I'm pretty sure it's hard to win. But I guess we'll find out. And another thing that these special game Mystic Lines titles introduced, at least halfway through anyways, was the twin numbers feature. So what that is if you have one of these lit, or I'm not entirely sure how it works, like as far as like the odds goes, like I don't know if like one of these will stay lit and this one of these will light up. I don't know, but I do know that if you have one of these lit and you land in, let's say 12 or 17 or 8 or 10, let's say you had this one lit, the top one, 12 or 17. Well, if you land in 12 or 17, it will light both of those numbers on the card. So that's pretty cool. So you have a free number technically. And I think with all 5 balls plus all 3 extra balls, I think you can have 10 numbers lit on the bingo card, which is pretty cool. So we'll see that working pretty soon, I guess, and we'll see how it affects the game. And this is also my first game with what is called the pick-a-play buttons, which is basically all the buttons on the front. I like the red, green, and blue. So the red button, like on pretty much every bingo, handles both scores and features, but there's a button that does each of those separately. So if you press the green button, only your features will randomize and advanced. And if you press the blue button, only your scores will randomize and advance, which I think is pretty cool. Because like, let's say you're playing a game and you have good scores, but you have crappy features or not many lit at all. Well, you can press the green button and you can advance only your features, and that'll help you unlock or advance any that you need or want. Same with the scores too, which I think is pretty cool. And luckily a lot of games have this, so that's great, honestly. And that's pretty much it. Other than, of course, the game having red letter game. Look at the card says down here, which is in pretty good condition other than it being horribly yellowed. And of course your selection zone. I noticed this. Oh no, that's just dirt. Never mind. And you also have a score multiplier. So let's say you got double lit in any color, I guess. That'll double your score if you have that lit successfully, if you make a win. Oh, and another thing that this game and the next game, Bonus 7, featured was the rearrangement of the colored sections on the bingo card. So if you know any Mystic Lines game that's not this game or Bonus 7, you'll know that the colors are like in a diagonal orientation. But this one, it completely changes them around. Like, you know, like the stars are usually like right here, you know, they go like along this way, but but on this game they're here and here. So let's say you have both of these numbers lit. Well, if you have this lit, all you gotta do is just move the B section and boom, you'll have 2 in the stars, and then you could unlock this if you have it lit. And I guess the same goes for the colors too, like green and yellow, basically this corner. So that's pretty cool. And also the numbers are different too, because the center line, which is like the magic line, the numbers are 7, 20, and can't remember the third one, but the fourth one was 5. Both of these 2 numbers here, but these 2 numbers are usually like elsewhere. So that's pretty interesting. I wonder if it'll affect the gameplay at all. So yeah, a pretty crazy game. And what's even more crazy is the fact that the entire special game on all of them have a huge board in the bottom of the cabinet that runs just that. And there's a little access port right here on the side of those games. That'll get you access. You could also look at the playfield too, which I'll show you soon once we start looking under there. But that's pretty much it for details. So we'll pop open the back door and I'll show you the craziness inside there. All right, popped open the back door because it's really hard to open on this game. It's also really stiff. Lock that in place. There we go. Completely packed with all kinds of stuff. All right, so on the back door at the bottom, we got usual 3 stepper units. This one is the twins numbers feature unit. Sorry. Guess it's never been enabled. Let's see if it doesn't step up. Oh yeah, it does. Very good. Here's a timer unit. Looks like this one doesn't have the long finger. It's got the, I guess the Carnival Queen timer, as I like to call it. It's stepped up, of course. Reflex unit. Not sure if it's in the right position or not. Okay. There's a little adjustment here, which is says regular features reflex unit. Okay. And then you got a big old trip relay bank here. Looks like the label's gone, so that's gonna really screw me up. But that's okay because I can just read the manual because all that stuff is listed in it, which is good. And then there's a bunch of relays here. These ones, well, the label just crumbled up. Don't really know what they're for. Let's see if I can read them. Let's see if I can turn my light on. There we go. Let's see this one. Oh, the label's so screwed up. See something on it. Z. That's all I see. Z relay. And then this one back here. Trying to read it. Cam number 7. No idea what that's for. This one, steering. Okay, don't know what that's for. Diamond play. I guess this enables the special game. This is red letter win number 1. Here's red letter win number 2. And this is this last one here. It's the red button relay. Okay, this one up top, this looks like the anti-cheat if I had to guess. Oh, nope. It says mixer cam number 2. That's odd. Mixer number 2. This next one. Mixer number 4. It's this one. Play features, which is this one. Features lock, which is this one. Play scores, which is this one. And then finally scores lock, which is this one. No idea what most of those do, but we'll find out as we go along. Extra balls adjustment, looks like it's turned on in this game. All right, here's your score units. Look, which appears that someone has labeled the plungers on the reset coils with a color, which is cool. But this one, it's got both colors. What does it say? Green, blue and green score unit. That's very strange. Not sure why they're both like that, but they are. Huh, that really is strange. I guess that explains why there's no fourth one. Here's the red one. Looks to be okay, at least from a glance. And here's the yellow one. All right. And then, of course, the mixer unit, which this one is pretty crazy. I like to call these ones the Mystic Lines mixers because on pretty much all the Mystic Lines games, except for the first few, they have an additional fifth mixer. See, number 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And there is also no score extra step assembly, but there is still a score extra step relay, which I'm pretty thankful for because that does not mean we don't have any missing parts or hacked up wires. And in this case, this one looks like it's pretty much good to go. It might be misadjusted a little bit. Yeah, that is a little bit, but that's all right. And here's the spotting disc and the spotting wiper, which looks like it's not adjusted very good. Because on the spotting discs, the white fingers are supposed to touch the wipers. So that was probably rigged up a little bit. I can kind of tell just by looking at the latch assembly there. Most of this looks all right just by looking at it. Oh, we got a broke wire. Where does this go? This is for this mixer disc. Maybe here? No clue. We'll figure it out. And then the search relays, which in the Mystic Lines titles, there is only one switch for each of them, which thank God, because that means it's twice as easy to service them. Looks like these ones here. What is that? That's odd. I wonder what that's supposed to be. Oh, I think they're diodes. Because look at this one here. See, that looks like a diode to me. That's probably what these are. Interesting. Okay, and inside the head, here's our beautiful control unit, which looks like somebody has tampered with. There's just these wires here. It looks like it probably goes here, and there's this wire too that's not original. It comes over here and it goes to this top switch, it looks like. Okay, this probably goes there, honestly, so that won't be a hard fix at all. Looks like there's a relay there. That's quite interesting. Trying to see what it's, if there's a label. There might be. Not sure, but that's odd. Of course, all the switches are probably all dirty and oxidized. Kind of hard to see. I don't want to bend some of them up too hard. That one looks okay. That one looks like it may need some adjustment. Maybe. Gearbox looks the same as the other ones. So if we have this the bullshit problem with the gears screwing up, then I can just swap these. Okay, and there's a bunch of switches and pulse cams on these Mystic Lines games. Oh, and also there's a crap ton of Jones plugs. Like, look at all this. I haven't even plugged some of them in yet because I'm afraid I'll get them all mixed up. Okay, transformer. And then there's something here. I don't know what this is, but it's there. Okay. Stepper units down here. Usually there's only one or none. This looks like the extra balls. I think that's what it says. The ink is gone. Red letter feature unit. Okay, I was actually wrong in the Miss America Deluxe, because I saw this feature and thought it was the coin unit, but no, it's the red letter feature unit. I say coin unit because in Mystic Gate, it had a stepper unit that looked exactly like this, so that's what I thought it was at first, but it's not. And then over here we have a little board that is the what does it say? Oh, the 4 stars replay counter. So kind of like Mystic Gate, but except it was pretty much just this. And there's some relays here too. We got multi-win number 2 and 1. Extra steps 1 and 2. And then there's a Jones plug, which you can conveniently remove this whole thing if you need to work on it. Now see, I don't understand these replay counter magnets, because let's say you make this win. Well, there's gonna be a chance where you make this win again, and it looks like this only steps up once. So if it reaches the step up position, you know, the final position where it counts, well, this doesn't reset. So how are you going to get your win again? Unless it, I don't know if they like reset when like this pulses when you deduct a credit, like the reflex unit. But I don't know. Just something to think about. Okay, here's some more stepper units. Looks like these are the replay counters for the colors. There's yellow, red, and green. Yeah, they're the replay counters. See the traces in the wipers. And then there's a weird unit here called the multiple unit. No idea what it does. But there's no reset coil, so and I don't think that's a hack. I think that's how it's supposed to be. So we'll look into that and see if that does, maybe. Here's your traditional 5 relays over here. Like replay, reset, start, 25%, anti-cheat. So I guess they're over here this time. Here's the blue replay counter. You can see there on the reset plunger. That looks good. And this stepper unit up here is the Mystic Lines stepper unit. But, oh, it looks like it has been stepped up. And there's the selection feature, which I didn't know what it did at first, but it runs this. So if you see this, that means this is run by a stepper unit this time, instead of your traditional before 4th and 5th log relays, trip relays, I should say. The before 5th or before 4th, 5th, and after 5th relays are still here, but there's just no like trip relays to enable this. It's all a stepper unit in these games. These other ones anyway. I think that started with County Fair, actually. Or no, not County Fair. Wait, is it County Fair? I know it's a Magic Screen game that started this. Maybe it was County Fair, I don't know. But here is the Mystic Lines unit itself. These are really easy to service. It's not hard at all. Luckily, all the feature games with feature units like this, they've all been pretty easy to service. Even the Magic Squares, I found that pretty easy to service. There's just a bit of things to take apart on the Magic Squares. like magic screen, magic lines, and mystic lines, those are all pretty simple enough. Because basically what you need to worry about is right in front of your teeth, or right in your teeth, technically. And the only thing you gotta worry about is the bulbs, which are inside, but even then it's still easy to get to. Okay. And of course the replay unit. So that's pretty much it for the head, so pretty crazy. All right, so we'll take the glass off and then I'll lift up the playfield and we'll take a look at the craziness inside there too. All right, got the glass out. Eventually it was really stuck in there. Here's the foot rail on the underside. Pretty rusty, but not as bad as Miss America Deluxe. Just before that, got the coin door. There was a lock here, but I took the latch. I took it off, so now the lock just falls out. But these games also have 2 coin mechs in them. There's supposed to be 25¢, which is here, and then this one is supposed to be nickel, but both of these are 25¢. So I don't know what's up with that, but they're both wired in there. Looks like, I don't know, I think this one may have been added in or swapped out because that solder doesn't look original. At least I don't think so. Not sure. Here's the switches for the buttons. These are tilts, I believe. I don't know what's up with this one. Not sure. But both of these coins, which seems to work, this one might need a little attention because it doesn't spring up as fast as this one. And they both sound kind of different too, so that may need some attention. Maybe, maybe not. Again. Here's inside. Some meters here. Not sure the labels are gone, so I'm not sure what's for what. There's some keys for the back glass, which is nice. I can take those frames off if when I need to change the bulbs. It's got the coin box in it. The Jones plug for the coin door. There's another meter over here. Not sure what that's for. But so here's where I look at the playfield, and yikes, it's really bad. At least the planking's not all that bad. There was a little bit of planking, you could see it. You know, it's not horrible like Mystic Gate was. But damn, look at this, like, that's not normal. I don't know, maybe that'll clean up. Not sure, but yeah, it is pretty yellowed. But again, hopefully we'll get lucky and that'll clean up pretty nice. Not sure. This wood just looks off. I'm not sure it's because of the mouse would like urinate on the wood there. That definitely looks like mouse urine. There's also feces too, so I'll be careful. But you know, I think I might just go ahead and replace the instruction cards. Because they don't really look that bad, they're just horribly yellowed. Like, you can read them pretty good. But I think I'm just gonna get print new ones. Alright, so it looks like the screws are already loosened up, so I guess I could just pull this up and we can look at what's inside there. Alright, pulled the playfield out and took that little panel out to catch the balls. And here we are inside the cabinet. Look at this. So this huge module is what runs just the special game. That's real crazy. We got a few stepper units, and there's a reflex unit too even. And what that's for is for your scores, because these will step up randomly, and it's basically like the main game with your scores. You know, it works like that. And then there's even a motor assembly. It's called Diamond Pulse Motor Unit. It's got a bunch of switches on it. And then the craziest thing of all is there is an entire circuit board in this game. Like, look how big it is. Like, it's not too big. There's my hand for comparison, but there's you can't see it right now, but on the back, or maybe under this plastic, there's a bunch of components like transistors, resistors, capacitors, things like that, diodes even. And this one has a bunch of like small relays on it. And all the special game Mystic Lines games have this in it. But like the first few aren't complex like this. From Safari and onward, it got pretty crazy. So yeah, and then there's a few more relays over here. And over here too, but these are separate from this, it looks like. That one down there looks like it says R button. That one there in the middle says ball detector. Pretty strange. And then that last one there, can't quite read it. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't really read it too well, but we'll probably get a better look at that later. We'll see what that says. So yeah, and there's all the Jones plugs for it. And of course the ones for the cabinet too. These are for the special game module. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. I know I keep saying that, but it is crazy. Here's the ball lift motor. Looks like it's got the cover on it this time. Bunch of switches. Of course, the assembly itself, pretty rusty as usual. Ball trough. Looks like we're missing a pinball. Maybe I'll look in the cabinet more. Don't really see it. There was one laying right here, but I already put it in the trough. Here's your tilt bob. Looks good, I guess. I don't know. Oh, there's the two switches for the blue and green buttons. Here's the switches for A, B, C, and then the R button. And then over here, here's the comeback key. But by this time, it's like super simple. It's just a couple switches, which they're all like that. Looks like the mouse has been chewing on them though, so that's lovely. And looks like that mouse has been over here because, you know, these wires usually aren't just like laying in there like that. They're more like wrapped around like they are here. So hopefully there's no issues over here, but if there are, we'll fix them. No big deal. So that's pretty much it for the cabinet. So I'll pop the playfield back in and we'll take a closer look at that. All right, here's the bottom of the playfield. So we got Yale shutter motor unit. Now this one's pretty crazy. It's got a lot more switches on it, which makes sense because you got all these coils down here that need resetting, and all these extra ones up here like selection unit twin numbers that also need to be reset. So I guess it all makes sense pretty much. They're probably all screwed up, but they'll probably work either way. They always seem to work, except for Broadway. That one was a disaster. Here's the lifter start relay. It's got a bunch more switches on it this time. There's usually only like up to 4 stacks, but there's 6 switch stacks, it looks like. There's a make or break one right here. Normally closed ones in the back. And then here's the switch stack that basically resets like the mystic lines and probably a bunch of other things. We figured that out in the last game. There's some cobwebs all over this thing, honestly. Okay, shutter panel itself. It's made out of whatever this is. It's pretty interesting the way it's made. Cork board almost. Not quite, but you know what I mean. Here's the rollovers. Sockets look weird. Better not touch that, honestly. Switch, let's see. I don't know if pressing it's the best idea because of what's all over the playfield, but I'm doing it anyway. Looks like that's adjusted pretty good. There's the red one. And of course the runaway switch. So not too much on the bottom of the playfield. You could probably knock this out within like 10 minutes or so. Maybe 20 at max, depending on your shutter motor. All right, so I guess that's everything in the game. Nothing looks seriously hacked up or a big problem, at least right now. Oh, look at this. There's a switch for that return hole. Huh. That is so odd. Wonder what that's for. Maybe we'll find out, maybe not. Depending on if I feel like finding out. Okay, well, I guess we're ready to plug it in and try it, so we'll lay this back down. Gotta put the ball catcher drop thing back in here first, then we gotta plug all that crap back in. And then we'll try it. So I'll be back once all that is done. Okay, so there's a couple things we gotta do before we turn it on. The first thing is, I gotta fix this Jones plug, because it's broke. I think I might have did that, I'm not sure. I don't remember it being like that when we took it apart to bring it home. But that's no big deal, that's an easy fix. And the second thing is, this power cord, someone has added into. And they've also put a new end on it, but I think the end I might leave for now, maybe. But this we gotta take care of because I can't leave it like this. Especially, this might have been old too because this tape's not really sticky anymore. It's also, they got it like cocooned over here too. So it looks like I just gotta solder them right there. That should do it. And they also have this 3 fuse block here, but it looks like, as you can see, one of the clips broke, so they just added this one in there, which I guess is fine. Looks like it's the 21 volt fuse. The top's 115, second one's 50, so yeah, this is the 20 volt. 6 volt, 6 volt, 6 volt. Okay, I wonder what the 21 volts is for. Maybe for the that circuit board down there at the bottom, if I had to guess. But I think I got all these other ones plugged in correctly. I don't know, I guess we'll find out when we turn it on. But I gotta deal with this first. So I'll knock this out real quick. It shouldn't take too long, maybe. And then we'll be ready to plug it in. All right, that's much better. That's what it solders to. And even got the service outlet hooked up. Okay, this I just left here because it doesn't seem to be touching anything. I might put a new fuse block in it eventually. But now we're ready to plug it in. Oh, and by the way, here's our scrap that I cut. See, this is what was soldered to that thing over there on the wall. So that can be thrown away. Perfect. All right, so we'll do it live this time. Here's our power cord. The end they added in, the rest of the cord's still original. Should be good like this for now, maybe. Might just leave it. Who knows? All right, so this power strip is on obviously because my light is still on. And my heater is on too because it's fall, so it's cold in here. Move this out of the way. All right, here we go. Think it's gonna blow up. Let's see. Nothing. Okay. The gentleman told me too that when you plug it in, the lights come on. But when I moved the cabinet into my storage, I flipped the switch off. So we're gonna flip it back on and see what it looks like. All right, here we go. Okay. Heard the coin lockout click. Got some lights. Okay. Nothing else is lit though. That's pulled in. That's the red button relay, I think. No smoke. Timer must be all the way up. Why, it sure is. That's cool. Okay. Don't know if the Super 7 module is on fire. It doesn't look like it. That's good. Okay. Let's see. You think it's gonna start? Hell, it might. I'm gonna hit this coin switch. Here we go. Nothing. You heard something though. What is that? Oh. Okay, let me try this one. Damn. Same thing. That's weird. I've seen it do that before. Let's see. Buttons don't appear to be doing anything. I don't even hear the red button really. I guess that's this, right? Let's see, anti-cheat is not pulled in. I looked at the fuses, but I didn't really like check them out. Maybe I'll do that. Oh, and by the way, there's our fixed Jones plug, I guess. Well, we know the 115 volt was working, because otherwise the game would not be on right now. 50 volt, I don't know. 21 volt should be good because it's a new fuse clip. Those 6-volt ones should be good because some of the lights are on. The general illumination and the back boxes. These lights, like like the feature lights and the GI, are all separate wires, but they both use the same voltage. That's why in the Miss America Deluxe, if you've seen that, the feature lights would cut out, but the general illumination would stay on because they're separate fuses. I could just pull in the start relay, see if that does anything, but I feel like that should pull in even if I do hit the coin switch. But at the same time, at least I know that this coin switch right here is working, because, you know, that's clicking. But, you know, the game is dead. Dead as hell, as Ronnie would say. So I'll check out the fuses, make sure that they're actually good, and then we'll come back and try it again. Well, all the fuses checked out good, and the clips are pretty good too. But I did notice that a couple of the cabinet Jones plugs were not in there all the way, or very good. So hopefully that did it. I turned it back on. It's still the same, but let's try it now. See if it does anything different. There we go. Okay. That's weird. I don't know what's going on up there. Some lights. But it is running. And that control is so quiet. Okay. Let's see if it'll advance lights and features. Sure, those are supposed to be buzzing. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, so this red button's not doing nothing. We did kick the ball on the shutter open. Yeah, so yeah, red button's not doing nothing. I think that's the red button, right? This is the... and that button don't work. This is extra balls, that's not gonna do anything. Let's check these two buttons. That one's dead. That one's dead. Damn. Guess this game's super broke. Yeah, none of these coin switches do anything because we have our 4 credits. It tried to step up the reels earlier, but it couldn't, but now it has. See, that's not going to do anything, really. Let's just push in the start relay. Where is it? Here it is. Well, let's step the reels back down. Let's try pushing it again. Heard something. Okay, these lighting up. I would say our coil voltage isn't working, but if you look here, it is working. Let's see if the cooling switch will work now. Oh, that bulb down there is on. That's cool. That's weird. Yeah, I guess this game's really screwed up. Let's see, is this is turning right? Yeah. That really is doing something. None of the lights are working now. I wonder if the maybe these fuses is messed up. These are only 6 volts, so you can mess with these. Oh, that's the GI. It's every extra balls unit did something. I want to see it do something. Well, that shouldn't be. Well, let's see if it'll keep playing the game. The ball is stuck. I guess the trough switches are really screwed up. And they're getting stuck here. Yeah. There's two pins. Okay. Try it now. Oh, still nothing. You don't close the shutter. What's that? Let's see. There we go. Shutter closed. Ball fell back on in there. Let me see if I could fix this real quick so the balls don't get stuck. Well, I got the ball to come out a little better, but every time I shoot, the first ball does not seem to kick out the second ball. Let's see, I'll show you here. Get it to restart. Okay. See if the shutter closes, but it doesn't kick out the next ball. And the switch, the manual switch is unresponsive too, and of course nothing works. I think another thing that's happening too is damn trip motor sees. See, it should be spinning right now. It ain't spinning. So that'll need to be looked at. I think these are working a little better now. Kinda, sorta. So yeah. So yeah, this game is very broke. Can't do much. And oh look, we're in tilt too. That's weird. Alright, well, guess we can't do nothing to check things. I'm trying to I can't do nothing. It keeps trying to reset that replay counter or replay register. So I guess we'll just start cleaning stuff, and that should hopefully get us going again. So we'll shut it off and we'll start working on the back door as usual. Work our way up, and then same in the head. Work our way up. So we'll get started. Okay, well, I noticed that the strip motor wasn't running, so I decided to check it out before I started digging into stuff. And I noticed that the shaft that's supposed to move up and down, as you can see, it was completely stuck. So I forced it up and oiled it a little bit, so now it's really loose. And this cam wasn't too bad. It was a little stiff, but it's not too bad. So I turned it around and pushed in all the trip relays because it couldn't before. And then on top of that, remember how I said I hope all these Jones plugs are plugged in correctly? Well, these two were backwards. So I plugged them in. Right, it should be good now. So now it has kicked the ball out. It doesn't get stuck anymore, it looks like. And now we have a number 9 lit there. So let's try it now and see if that did anything different. Okay. Guess it's kind of still the same, but it did not try and deduct our credits this time. Let's see if the buttons work. Uh-huh. That's good. Okay, so our colors are coming back now. That's good. All right. Okay, that's pretty good. Just didn't kick the ball out though. Oh, it's stuck. Timer unit. Okay. Let's see. Oh, something's trying to step up. Oh, it's the Mystic line feature unit. The coil's stuck. Oh yeah, that whole unit's screwed up. Well, okay. Can't really help it because you know it's up there. It is stuck. Let's see if we can get it out of there before it starts burning up. Okay. Well, it's kind of playing now. Let's see if it'll. Okay. Okay, numbers still not working. That's alright. Well, shooters sucks. Okay. And no numbers. I think I heard the lockout coil trip. Yep. Oh. Got some lights coming back. What is that? Guess that's this relay here that's tripped. That's the only other relay that's tripped, looks like. Excuse my voice, it's early in the morning. Okay. Here's 5th trip. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2. Yep, it shot all 5 balls. Oh, there's the timer unit. Wonder. Oh yeah, it doesn't have that many steps. Can't get over how quiet that motor is. It's so smooth. Well, okay. I guess that kinda got us going. It still has many things wrong with it, obviously. But at least we're in a state now that we know that the game program can run. It'll go through all 5 balls, okay. So I guess now we can start cleaning everything. Start at the back door, work our way up. Same inside the head. And got all this shit right here, clean through all of this. And then all the stuff inside the cabinet. This is gonna take forever. But that's okay, because I knew that we had this much shit to go through. Alright, so we'll power down the game. We'll start with all these 3 stepper units here in the back. Alright, so we're gonna look at the twins number feature unit. This is what we got. Oh wow, but a lot of the stepper units in this game have this like weird metal plate welded to this. I'm not sure why that's there, but it is. See, it's on this colored stepper units. Might be up on those ones up there, I'm not sure. But a lot of these seem to step up and reset okay. Honestly, I think with those ones up there that were like kind of like skipping, it was probably because, you know, remember the fingers on the spotting wiper aren't really touching, so it probably couldn't make enough contact for those dirty switches. So we're just gonna clean all these up. And since there's so much stuff in this game, and just to save myself some time with the editing, I'm probably not gonna show a lot of this. If I do find anything goofy, then I'll show that, but otherwise we'll just knock everything out and move right along. So I'll clean this up, and then this and this, then we can start on, I'll probably start on all of these, then do all of these, not sure, but one or the other, we'll start with them. Alright, so I'll knock these out, and I'll come back if anything goofy. If not, then I'll just keep moving right along. Alright, so I'm starting on the timer unit, and I find this. So, I wonder what that's for. So I started looking around, and then I find this up here. See, this rod is like way out like that. That ain't right. So that's where that plunger goes. See how that one's there? That one's not there. So I'll have to put that back in once we get time to do the mixer unit. So I just wanted to show that real quick. Okay, I knocked out all 3 of these stepper units and these little adjustments here, as you can see. They're pretty fantastic. Alright, so I think the next thing I'll do is I'll screw around with all these trip relays here. So what I'm gonna do is, or how I usually do it is, I do one switch stack at a time, unscrew these, pull this away from this metal plate that holds all this together, and then you can have access to all the switches. And it looks like this one here, this first one, is for the motor, but there's a lot of switches on it this time. And I guess what we can also do, just because, is we can exercise this motor just so that's more loose. So I'll show you how I usually do that. Alright, so with the game on and running, the units don't have to be running, but as long as the game itself is on, what you could do is, well, what I tried doing was, you could take this whole switch stack away from this mount, and to do that there's 2 wing nuts right here, and one on the bottom, and that divot right here. And when you do that, this can turn, you can pull it out, but I couldn't get the top part out, so we're just going to do it this way. But what I like to do is, the bottom switch stack will be the power for the motor. When you pull it in, you can turn it. And what I like to do is like to oil anything that moves. Like I oiled this down here, I oiled underneath there, I oiled the top. And when you do that, you can just hold the switch in and let this spin for as long as you want until you feel that it's loose enough to where these can all reset. Because if yours is really stiff, what's going to happen is when it tries to reset all these, it's going to get stuck midway, and that'll cause this to lock on, and even in the worst case, if one of these fingers is stuck on this relay to where it can't pull in, well, that's going to cause some problems, because whenever that relay tries to trip, it can't trip because it's blocked, and it'll burn up. And these trip relays burn up real easy, so you got to be real careful with that. So what I'm just doing is I'm just letting this exercise until I feel like that it's good enough, and it looks like it is, but I think one of these switches is misadjusted. I feel like it's resetting them good enough, so I'm just going to call that done, and now I can start with cleaning all the switches. So I'll go through all of these, clean them up real good. If I find anything that's weird or wonky with any of them, I'll show them. Otherwise, I'll just knock this out and move along to all these relays here. Alright, I got all these trip relay switches cleaned. There was nothing really wrong with them, just them being dirty, of course. Now this one up here at the very top, this one right here, this screw is seized and I can't get it out. But luckily that's just for a light. So I guess whatever that controls, if we see the light tripping, then we know it's the switch. But other than that, they've all been cleaned, as you can see. So now I'm gonna do all these relays here. I've taken apart this one because I already did this one since it was easy access. I just gotta clean the switch. See, that one there is clean. That one there is dirty and disgusting, and so is that one. Just gonna take my file and go through all of these. Should be much fun. It won't be. And then we can do these stepper units here, but I'll also do this adjustment off camera. And then we'll move right along. So again, I'll come back if anything looks goofy, which I don't think so, but just in case. And then we'll move right along. All right, I got all these relays cleaned up. It wasn't really too bad. These two were pissing me off because there were so many switches on, it was hard to clean them. But I got them all knocked out and I adjusted them or whichever one's needed adjustment, and they all appear to be good. So now I'm going to knock out these 3 stepper units here. These are the score units for each colors, except this one down here does both the green and the blue, which I still don't understand, but apparently it does. So I gotta take the spider off, clean the fingers, and I gotta clean all the rivets. They're all grimy looking. And then back here, there's a couple switches down there that need to be cleaned, and then a couple over here that need to be cleaned too. And the same for all these other ones, except this one has, let's see, oh, that one has the same set, but this one only has one set, or one switch rather. I don't know why, but that's how it is. So I'll knock all of these out, and then we'll come back, and then we'll be ready to do Big Papa here. All right, so I'll be back shortly. All right, I got all 3 of these score units cleaned up. Wasn't too bad, it took lesser than I thought. Got all the switches clean too on all of them. It's all good. But this one here I might need to look at later because it steps up fine, but it's kind of resets a little sluggish, but it does reset all the way. It's just a little slow, so if that starts acting up, I'll have to clean that again, which is no big deal. But now it's time to tackle the mixer unit. So in these Mystic Lines games, or at least all the later ones, they have 5 mixer discs, which is crazy. So that's more stuff to take apart. However, there is no score extra step assembly, so that's good. But there is a score extra step relay. And in these special game Mystic Line titles, there's a lot of switches. So all those need to be clean. But other than that, it's pretty standard. I did notice the spotting latch coil. There's this bar, I don't know if you can see it, but there's this bar that sticks down, and for some reason it is all bent the hell out of the way. Not sure what happened there. There's also tape on it too, so I don't know what's up with that. And I did notice here that someone has added a fuse in line. I think it's for the coil, I don't know, but I think this whole thing got swapped because there's tape around the wires for the coil. And if you look at the wrapper on the coil, it's black. And the rest of the wrappers are the traditional Bally wrappers. You know, from the 70s ones use, and the green ones too. But that one's an older one, so I don't know what's up with that. But I might just leave it as is since it works. But that also might explain why this isn't lined up really good, because that's been tampered with. But we'll take it all apart, clean it. It'll probably be annoying since I have to take just as much of these discs apart. But it'll be well worth it in the end. So I'll get started and we'll show you how it is. Here we go. See, I got it all apart here. Got all the discs. Then up here, you got all the ones with the wires on it. They don't look too bad. They just got a lot of residue and junk on them. I think this one's probably the worst one. And this one, I'm not sure if I did this or what, but do I have the right one? It's this one. But this wire is broke. I believe it goes here though. I don't think it would go anywhere else, because, you know, it's quite long. So I'll have to solder that back. And then there's this one, which I still don't know where it's supposed to go right now. Check later. But here's the spotting disc. It's also not too bad, just a bit of residue on some rivets. I don't know what the deal was. These screws, they were seized beyond belief. You see, I struggled to get them out, but I was able to get them out luckily. I had to use the ratchet to get them out. That one I couldn't get out, I just left it there. And these fingers feel pretty crusty, so those need to be cleaned. Here's a good look at that latch coil I was talking about. That whole bar is bent. I may actually just leave it like that, honestly, because I think what's going on is they bent this so that it wouldn't hit this coil. Because this assembly is probably not the correct one, if I had to guess. So I'll probably just leave that alone, just straighten it up a bit. Now up here, there's this relay. The score step relay switches need to be cleaned and adjusted. So we need to do that. Looks like some tape on the wires. I think they're just taped together just to hold them together, I'm not sure. And then all these switches here need to be cleaned. They're all tarnished. Cleaning those will probably get our feature units to step up correctly now, if I had to guess. And then we need to fix this rod too. I just gotta push that rod over here and put this plunger back in, and that'll fix that, hopefully. But other than that, gotta clean all the discs. Is the first one, because they're in opposite order. Here's the spotting wiper. All those channels down there will need to be cleaned. Usually when you take these apart, these switches were all, these fingers will already look pretty good. Like here's this one here. Probably because they're constantly rubbing against the contacts, cleaning them as they go along. And then here's the motor itself. I'll probably oil the shaft there, and I'll use oil to clean the rod. Then I'll just leave the rest as is, since it works pretty good. So I'll do all that, we'll knock it out, and I'll put it back together, and then we'll try it. So wish me luck. All right, folks, I got the mixer unit all back together. Wasn't too hard, just figuring out where to put all the spacers. That's the hardest part, but everything else is pretty straightforward. Here's the spotting disc. See, it's all clean. I did notice a problem though when I was putting things back together. So see there in the disc where the shaft goes through, there's supposed to be a bushing there that allows this to sit flush and nice and centered, but it's missing out of this one. So unfortunately this isn't very centered on there. So I had to tinker with the latch a bit to get it to where it could rest in a position where all the fingers would touch all the rivets. And I think I got it as good as I can get it, honestly. So we'll just have to see. And I noticed another thing here with this relay. I thought it was the score extra step relay, but it's not called that. It's called the BB step relay. No idea what that's for, and honestly I don't really care to know. And another thing is that I'm not sure if this unit was just recycled from a previous game or what, but a lot of these switches aren't used. You can see a lot of them don't have wires on them. The only ones that are completely used are this first and last one. These two. All these in between, not all the switches are used. Which was pretty helpful, honestly, because I didn't have to clean as many of them. So that's good. I ended up soldering that one wire that was off on here. And this one over here is still off. It's right here. But I'm just going to leave it off for now, because I'm not sure where it's supposed to go. I didn't look in the manual yet. It might be like that purposely, because I remember from Broadway, there were some wires on the spotting disc that were disconnected too, but they didn't seem to affect anything really. And okay, so, oh, and also, while I had this part, I cleaned all these switches too. There's only one of them on each of the search relays. Pretty simple. So I think now we can turn on the game and see if anything is different. Which I'm pretty sure there is, but I don't know, I guess we'll see. Alright, so here we go. So our red button lights are back. It's probably because like all these relays are clean, so all the switches for the lights. Because you know, a lot of these like the features and scores. Looks like this is still running as intended. See, another thing too with these units is when they're spinning, you can kind of see them move. They move a little bit. See it moving. So that causes some problems sometimes. You see the discs move a little bit. But that's all right. Okay, so let's start a game and see how it works this time. That's much better. You saw some of our lights started flashing again. That's good. Scores have stepped up, and one of the units stepped up in the back too. Fix this. Okay, the twins number unit stepped up. Okay. I'm assuming this one here is the red button. Okay. Looks like our Mystic Lines unit still tripping. That might be something with the actual, you know, the board, because some of the wires rely on power to step through that. Okay, so it looks like we lit 4 numbers in the 4 stars. That's cool. Let me try these other buttons on the side here. Oh, okay. That's the green button. I'll have to remember that. Looks like it's working pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Let me try the blue button. Yep. That's cool. That's working pretty good. Okay, let me see if the Super 7 works. which I believe is this button here. Didn't appear so. Pretty sure this is it down here. You see, that's the okay. All right. Well, you know, at least we'll get to see if our Mystic Lines works when we shoot the ball. Okay, so green is tripled. Pressing this button, it's not doing anything. Okay, that must have been, I don't know what unit that was. Okay, well, we'll just leave it there. Shoot the ball. Well, I don't think this is working quite good yet. I didn't hear the timer unit step up either. Yeah, the timer unit didn't step up. Okay. Oh, what was that? Oh, look, our numbers are back too. Did y'all hear that? Something, I heard something like click, click, click. I think it was the Super 7 module. If I could hear it again. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the big board in the bottom is making noise. That's cool. So yeah, that would have been 4, so that would have missed. Okay, so we have numbers. Let's see if the Mystic Lines works. I'm going to press A. A doesn't work. Oh, B does. So cool. C. C's trying to do something. So A and C don't work. I think it's on C. Let me see. Get it? Let me see. Yeah, this is stepped up all the way. Let's see here. Pretty sure we push this in, we'll move. Oh no. Turn the cam. Oh, okay. Let's see if the button will control it though. Yeah, the button's probably just broke. Okay, that's cool. The timer unit's not stepping up. See how it didn't make a noise that time? Because I didn't make 7. So I guess that module on the board is working, but it's not. The lights on. Lights on don't work. Okay, well there's 3 in the red. Let's see if it'll score. See where this ball goes. Interesting. Well, let's step up the timer unit because apparently that's not working good. Okay, those are now tripped. Let's see if the R button works. I hear a relay in the bottom pulling. I don't think this is working. Yeah, none of these are working. It's doing something. Oh, there we go. Keep turning it. See if it'll find it. Well, actually, I'm not even sure if it will because... Oh, now it's lighting up. Yeah, see, there's 3 in the red there. So we should get 36 credits. Yeah. Oh, it stopped for a moment. See that? See if the button works. Yeah. Oh, this is flashing now. Wait, is that flashing? Oh, okay. So I have this lit, but I guess the bulbs aren't working. I guess those are probably still too dirty. Oh, there it goes. Oh, okay. So cool. This is the part that always makes me giddy. See it start working again after all this time. Okay, well, it's still obviously not quite right. The lights over there don't work, but the module on the bottom works. That's good. And it scored a little bit, so that's good. All right, well, so I think we'll keep going. So now that we have everything in the back door done, we'll start on everything here in the head, which is quite a bit. I think we'll start down here, all the Jones plugs, clean them, clean the fuse block because the connections aren't really good. So we'll get started on that. All right, I got all the Jones plugs cleaned. They weren't really that bad, honestly, so I just didn't film that. And then I also cleaned the fuses in the fuse block too. They're all pretty much the correct value, surprisingly, except the 115 volt line is supposed to have a 10 amp, and it had an 8 amp in it. But down here, one of the 6 volt lines is supposed to be an 8 amp, and it had a 10 amp in it. So I just swapped the two. So now those should be good. And now it's time to tackle the control unit. So in order to do that, I gotta fold this back panel down so I can access the screws back there that mount the entire thing to that. There's a little board, or not a little board, a little metal plate that this mounts to. Then I gotta take the screws out from the top that mounts it to this bracket too. And then I can move the whole thing out of the way. So I'll grab the keys in the bottom cabinet, take this side lock out, pull the glass out, then lift this down. Then we can have access to the screws. All right, got the lamp panel folded down with the back glass out. And now I can have access to these screws here. One down there, one right there. Might have to take those two out as well in this game. And one right there. And then there's one. There's one hidden in there. Right there. I gotta take out that's holding it to this. Then I can take this off. So I'll do that real quick and we'll take a closer look at it. All right, now we have the control unit right in our teeth. So it gives us plenty of room to work on it. So one of the things I noticed that when I took this off this bracket is that these wires have been tampered with and hacked in. It looks like to me that they may have swapped this motor at some point, because why else would these wires be like that? There's just a twist tied together. These clearly aren't the same wires. Either that or they swapped this whole wire out or trimmed enough of it back where I can just put a new wire on there. It's like that here. So I'll need to replace those. That's no big deal. Another thing that'll need attention is these drag arms, and they're pretty stiff. So yeah, that's just a little side thing, not really all that concerning. But we gotta clean all of these switches here. There's a lot of them in this game. And we need to clean the search disk too, which doesn't look all that bad on this game, surprisingly. Usually they're a lot worse than this. That's also simple too. So if you want to clean yours, well, you gotta dismount it like I did here. And you gotta take this screw off. This will probably be really tight and it's spring loaded, so watch out when you take it off. Then you gotta take these screws out. These ones holding it to the disc have a nut on the other side. On all 4 of them. So you have to keep watch of those, don't lose them. And then this will have to come off too. But this is only in the games that from Carnival Queen and up. So if yours is a 50s game that's pre-Carnival Queen, then it won't have this. And then once all this is loose and free and you have the screw off, you can pull this off, but you got to be careful because this gear down here will kind of like glue itself over time to the shaft that holds this, just from grease and dirt. So you got to be careful. Don't just pull on this because this is only held on by tape and you don't want to rip any of these wires off. So just keep that in mind. And then you'll have access to the search disc. And then because of how it's wired, you can just swing this off the shaft and out of the way. You can have access to all the switches here. So I will do that and I'll be back and I'll show you what it looks like once you have all that disassembled. All right, once you got all that apart, this is what it should look like. So I went ahead and cleaned all the switches that are in my teeth. You can see some of them here. See, the pitting is really bad on some of them. And then that one has a problem that I'll show you in a moment. I also went ahead and cleaned the drag arms. Now they're nice and snappy. Those should work good now. And also clean the search disc with that sanding block that I always use. Clean them up nice. Also got to clean these little fingers here. That part where it rides on the grooves down there on the wiper. I'm gonna wait till I have this put back together before I clean those because I have an easier tactic for that, which I'll show you. And I also clean this wood stack here since it was also right here. All right, and now that all those are clean, I can put this back together and then I can mount it back and then I can work on all the index locks in the front. So I'll do that and I'll be back. Alright, cleaning through the switches here on the front of the control unit. I guess this is the back technically. I got these two done. Now I'm doing this relay that was hidden in there. Mounts right there. One of those little posts fell out, but here's a good look at it. Kind of looks like just one of these ones here. The switches look pretty bad. Most of them. This one's got like corrosion or something on them. Looks like that one down there is gonna be pitted all to hell probably. Great. But that shouldn't be no big deal. So we'll knock this out. We just got these two up here left. And then we'll sort out everything else up here. So I'll be back. All right, got all those switches down there clean. So now we gotta fiddle with this. So I gotta swap these wires out because they're no bueno. Someone must have like hacked them in or something. Changed the motor out. But there's a problem with this switch stack too, that these just so happen to be soldered to. So the problem is the top blade, as you can see, has a huge hole burnt into it. And that's not good, really. And another issue is that blade down there is completely worn to the metal, it looks like. So it looks like I gotta swap this top blade. This bottom one here is for the timer unit step up. It's pretty worn too, but it's not too bad. That bottom was the one that's worn. I could switch that one around. See, the bottom's great. It's the top that's worn out. So I could swap that one and then replace the top one. I'll see what I decide, but this top one needs to go. So I'll look in my stash. I think I have a blade that I can use. So I'll swap these wires. I'll come back when that's done. Okay, slight change of plans. So I tried looking for the top blade, with the little spacer on it in my stash of parts. Couldn't find one. Then I remembered that on the mixer unit, there's a bunch of switch stacks that aren't used up there. So I took this one out, and I decided this is gonna be our nice new replacement. See, it's unused. I didn't purposely remove it from whatever it would have went to. These ones are much better shape. They were dirty though, so I cleaned them up a bit. And you see they are identical, pretty much. There's a new one, and there's the old one. So that's what I'll do. So I'll put this one up there. It's out of the wires. I got the wires on the motor already. I just got to solder them to the switches down there. And then we'll be done with the control unit. So I'll be back and I'll show you how that turned out. Alrighty, got the new switch stack installed. Wires soldered on there. And here's our new motor wires. So that's done. And also, I forgot to show this earlier, I soldered this switch, or this wire, to this switch stack back, the one that was just like hanging here with the tape on the end. That's now back where it should be. I think it goes there. Guess we'll find out when we turn it on. Look, here's another unused switch. Alright, so now the control unit is done. So I think what we'll do next is this auxiliary board here. Don't know what it's for, but there is something on here called the all 4-star replay counter. And these relays I don't believe have to do with this. They're just put there because there was no room over here. see, multi-win number 2, multi-win number 1, 2 extra step, and 1 extra step. So I guess these are technically the score extra step relays. In this case, there's 2 of them. That's cool. So it looks like there's a Jones plug here that we can remove, and we can also remove this board too. So I'll take this out, we'll lay it down here, we'll get a closer look at it. All right, successfully got it removed. Just a few screws holding it in. Here it is on the table. It's not that heavy, by the way. It weighs like 5 pounds, 6 pounds probably. Here's a better look at it. Got these switches here. Now, I said this before, but I don't understand these replay wheels, replay counter wheels. So let's say you make this win. Say you make the all 4-star win. Well, this will do its thing and give you your credits, but there's no way of resetting it. It only has 1 coil. So if you make the win again, nothing's gonna happen because this is already where it's supposed to be after you get all your credits, whichever one it is. I don't know, I think it's like 300 to 600 credits or replays. So I guess if you make this win, you have to reset this manually, which I guess isn't really a big deal because all you gotta do is just you just gotta lift this and then turn this. But I don't know, yeah, I don't even know if it's at home or not. I guess we'll find out when we try it. I guess I'll just leave it as it is and just clean the switches on it. That's all I gotta do anyways. And then down here, there's these relays, close up. That one has a big fat switch on it. That's weird. But just a few switches, not all that crazy. Then here's the socket for the Jones plug, and it's pretty ugly looking. So it looks like I'll be able to clean this one since, you know, it's right in my teeth. And then here's the plug itself. It's also not great. But that should clean up pretty good. So I'll knock this out real quick and they'll come back when it's all done. All right, cleaned every switch on this. Took like 10 minutes. It was all super quick. So I'll mount this back inside the game, and then we'll start working on everything on that lamp board, which is quite a bit. So I'll be back. Okay, so now it's time to tackle all of this shit here. Man, it's gonna take forever, but we'll start with these 2 stepper units here. Yes, I said these 2 because I think to make it go faster, I'm gonna juggle both of them at the same time. I don't think that'll be too big of a deal. The wipers are too different from each other to mix them up. But over here, they are the red letter feature unit and the extra balls unit. And they're both pretty ugly, but they're probably just really dusty because they sit faced up. So all this probably just gets dusty instead of dirty, really, I would think. But you know, same old with stepper units. Remove them. Take the spider off the screw here. You could take both of them off. Then you can clean all the rivets with whatever you use, which for me is the sanding block, which I gotta grab. This is meant for drywall sanding when you're drilling holes or filling in holes, rather. But it works great for these. So that's what I'm gonna use. Then there's some switches on the back that need to be cleaned. Well, not that one, but this one. And then that'll be it. Really simple. So I'll knock them out, but I'll come back if anything's goofy. If not, we'll move right along. All right, those 2 steppers are now clean, as you can see. I know some of the rivets look like they're still dirty, but it's just the angle, especially this one. If I get in there, you could probably see it better. They're all clean, and they step up pretty nicely too. All right, so now we'll do these 4 stepper units here. These 3 are the color replay counters. And then this one here is a pretty weird one. It's called the multiple unit. And there's only a step-up coil. So whatever steps it up, it just does this the whole time. There's no reset coil, it's just, that's how it's designed. There's no switch on either, so the only thing I gotta clean is the spider and the rivets, which that'll be super easy. And these ones, the color replay counters, they look like they all step up pretty good. We saw the red one work earlier. They're just pretty dirty, as you can see. This one, the red one here, is pretty bad. Yellow one's alright. There's the green and blue one up there. So I'll knock all of these out just to kill time. And then we'll do the replay register, which needs some attention. So I'll knock these out and I'll be back. Alright, cleaned all these 4 stepper units here. Pretty good. May need to keep my eye out on this one because the traces are a little worn. So those are done. So now I moved over here to the replay register unit because it's got some serious issues. And the first being is that the single digit reel is really worn and it's really dirty. So all those numbers will need to be inked back in. And the reels on top, tens, hundreds, and thousands digits need cleaning. And this whole assembly is just a tad bit stiff, so I'm gonna oil it up a little bit, clean it up. And then on the back of this, I need to clean the switches, and one of these wires came off, goes right here. That's no big deal. And then that'll be it for this. So we'll knock this out. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. I don't know how clean the reels will turn out, but we'll see. So I'll be back. Alright, got the replay register unit done. Cleaned the reels, waxed them, inked in back in the numbers. It looks pretty good. And I cleaned the switches too, and also soldered this wire back. And I cut a bit of this wire off because there's a lot of exposed parts. So now we're gonna clean these 4 relays here. These are the anti-cheat, 25-cent, start, and replay reset. These are pretty important to have working. So do the usual, just gotta clean all the switches on them. That should get them back in working order, even though a lot of them were already working. But now they'll be nice and solid. So I'll knock these out and then we'll move on. Alright, I cleaned all the switches on these relays here. They're all good and adjusted pretty good. So now it's time to do the Mystic Lines unit. This is one of the most simplest feature units out of all the bingos, because everything is literally like right here. Like there's B, this is A, and C. That's it. Each one of them has a cam switch, of course. And there's a couple relays for the B and C lines. But all you gotta do is you just take the E clip off. B and C. And then you also gotta take this one off too. And then you can pop this off and clean the fingers and the traces. That's how you do B and C. And A, you gotta, I think you have to take this off. So you can get that pin down there out, and then you can take this off along with this. The spring will have to be disconnected too, and there's an E clip there. Then you can clean the A board. All right, so we'll get started on that. Shouldn't take too long. And I'll come back if anything is goofy. Otherwise, we'll move right along. And I gotta clean the bulbs too, which I'll also show you how to do that. Okay, so I'm about to start on the B mystic line, and I noticed this right away. See how these ones, they're nice and flush, but then this one, that one's lifted up a little bit, so it wasn't touching. So that needs to be fixed. So all I gotta do is just bend it back. But I'll do it with this off, so it's bent correctly. So yeah, time to clean. All right, I got all the Mystic Lines units cleaned up. So now we're gonna access the light bulbs. So Bally designed it really easily on this one. All you gotta do is you gotta take out the screw on this side, and then this will pivot up. And there you go. So all you gotta do is you gotta take that screw out, take this, or slide this out, and then you can have access to the bulbs behind there. So I'll probably show you that. Take this screw out. All right, set that aside. Now we can slide this out of there. Bam, there's all your light bulbs. So you could probably clean this up too. It's kind of dirty and grimy. And there's all your light bulbs. You can take this shield off too. It's held on by a few nuts though, so you have to be careful with that. That one's kind of loose, but that's all right. You can also clean these too, which I think I'll probably do as well. I used wax last time and they turned out pretty good, so I'm gonna do the same thing here. Okay, so I'll take the bulbs out, clean them. I'll put it back in because I'm not sure if every one of them works right now. But since this is so easy access, it'll be all right, I'm sure. And same with this. So I'll knock that out and I'll come back when it's all done. All right, got the Mystic Lines unit all back together. I cleaned all the bulbs. 2 of them busted because they were stuck in the socket. A lot of them were stuck in the sockets. They're pretty bad on these, so I had to replace them. But I think they're all good now. We'll have to check them later. I'm doing the blue and green replay counter, and I noticed something that's actually quite concerning. Sadly, this is very common. The traces will just disappear. Probably from this, where is it? Here. From this sliding back and forth so much. But unfortunately, I don't have anything to fix that right now, so I'll just have to leave it. I know that's going to be a problem later on. But hopefully by then, I should have something that could fix it. I didn't check the other ones now. I'm kind of paranoid about them. Let's see. Red one looks okay. Green one looks okay. Yellow one looks okay. So I guess it's just this one that's bad. but it's all right. So we'll have to write that down. Blue and green replay counter needs work. But for now, we're just gonna leave it because it's gonna be a while before we test all the scoring and stuff. But once that's done, we'll just have these two stepper units to do, and then we'll be done with the head. So I'll knock this out, and we'll keep going along. All right, so here's the last two stepper units. This is the Mystic Lines unit, and this is a selection feature unit. You can see the Mystic Lines unit has quite a bit of issues. But that's easily cleanable, I guess. I've already cleaned the switches on the back on both of these and oiled what I needed to oil, but I just have to clean the rivets and the spiders on both of them. Selection unit's not too bad, the only bad area is right there. But they should clean up nicely, I bet. Alright, so I'll knock both of these out. Shouldn't take too long since they're already halfway done. And then we'll move on. So I'll be back. Alright, I got both of those stepper units finished. They go nice and clean. Boy, I bet they're gonna work great. Alright, so that completes every single unit inside the head. Which is crazy, because I thought it would take much longer. I guess I sped run it, I guess. I don't know. Just double check and make sure I didn't leave anything laying around. Doesn't look like it. Guess we'll find out when we turn it on later. But I think the next thing I'll do is while I have this, while I have the backlash out, is I'll change all the light bulbs. So I'll tilt this back up and I'll show you what we got. Alright, so Super 7 has a crap ton of bulbs. You can see a majority of them are missing actually. Mainly right here. So I actually had to order twice as many light bulbs. Because I know here with the scoring, all the scoring at the bottom, the colored sections, I counted and there's 4, it's 4 by 10, so that's 40 bulbs there. And yeah, I know that I would run out if I only ordered 1 pack, but I ordered 2 packs. So it looks like a lot of the red letter bulbs are gone. This is the only one that's left. That one probably wouldn't do. Well, just do the same thing I did last time. Grab 55 bulbs, paint them red, and then those will be our red letter game bulbs. I tried using 47 bulbs, but I think it didn't work. I mean, it did work, but it wasn't. I don't know. I'll have to show you. But like, it would light up, but like both of the bulbs would light up at the same time. They were both really dim though, so I don't know. But yeah, I'll change all these out, and then also clean the glass too before I put it back in. But I will be back shortly. All right, got every single bulb swapped and put in. A lot of them were stuck in the sockets, just like the number bulbs, but I was able to get them out. I had to use the old shooter rod tip trick to get some of the bulbs in and out. But they're all swapped. Now I'm going to clean the glass, and one of the things I noticed that there's actually something that the factory put on over the entire silk screening. It's like, See that? I guess that's why it's in really nice shape. Because whatever this is helping it stay flush. Only where there is that spot there. So I guess I'll get to cleaning it, spray the Windex on the glass parts. I don't think I'll try and clean any of this because I don't know. Might just leave it alone. But I'll clean it both sides. We'll put it back in, and then we'll see how it looks with the bulbs lit up. All right, cleaned the back glass, got it turned on. Looks different already. See, this is what I was talking about. The bulbs, since they're both 47 bulbs, I guess, I don't know what happens, but both of them light up at the same time. I don't think those are making good contact. So yeah, I'll have to repaint some more 55 bulbs, which I had saved in here. And then we'll put them in place, and that should fix that. All right, so now that the head's done, we can start working inside the cabinet. So we'll take the playfield out, and we'll work on the Super 7 module. All right, got the bottom of the cabinet all vacuumed out. There wasn't really much in the way of goodies, just a few coins and screws, nothing special. But I think the first thing we'll look at is the diamond module, as the game is calling it, or as I like to call it, the Super 7 module, because that's what it runs. That's not too crazy. There's a few stepper units, some relays. There's 5 here. Then behind this board here, there are 6 more, which are labeled 1-step, 2-step, 3-step, 4-step, 5-step, and 6-step. Because there's numbers on the playfield 1 through 6, so that's how it knows which one to step accordingly. And then there's a big old circuit board here, which we'll look at in a bit. There's a pulse motor with some switches on it. There's a reflex unit for the score. This is the score unit. This is the feature unit, which I'm assuming runs the numbers. And then a replay counter. So not a whole lot. So what I think I'll do is I'll knock it out. I'll start with the relays. I'll clean these ones. And then I'll clean these ones here in the back. And then I'll do the stepper units, including the reflex unit. Then the pulse motor. Then we'll look at the circuit board last, because it may need attention. All right, so I'll knock it out accordingly, and I'll come back after that. All right, I got all the relay or switches cleaned on all these relays here, and the ones in the back behind the board. See some of them. Those are all good. So now we're going to start on the stepper units, and I've taken apart this one, which is the score unit, and it don't really step up all that well. It's a little bit stiff. When it resets, it's even worse. So that needs some attention. But that's easy enough. Just gotta take the gear off. Of course, that switch stack needs to go, and it'll probably fall apart when I take it apart. But that's okay. And of course, I need to clean all the rivets. So I'll get my nice trusty sanding block. We'll clean that right up in the fingers on the spider. And then I'll probably oil some pivots like here and here. You know, anything that moves, you can oil. But that shouldn't take too long. And I'll do these 3, or these other 2 as well. This one here, let's see how this one works. That one looks pretty good. And that one's good. And the replay counter. That one's good. So just this one really needs attention as far as like with the gear and the pivots and all that. So I'll knock this out and all of these, and then we can move on. We'll do this pulse motor next. All right, I got all three of these stepper units clean, plus the reflex unit. Nice and shiny. Luckily this one here was okay. It didn't have any of the traces torn up or anything. This one was the one that was sticking. Nice and snappy. All right, so now we're gonna do the pulse motor, which is pretty simple. It's like the pulse motor on the mixer unit. A bunch of switches here. Took this one off because this is the switch for the motor, the home switch, and it's pretty simple. This just turns around the desired amount. So I just got to clean all the switches on these, which they don't look too bad. Some of them that I can see. Oh, maybe not. Well, either way, I'll clean them up because I know they'll need it. And then also oil this a little bit just so that it's nice and smooth and doesn't get stuck over time. So I'll be back with that, and then we'll look at that circuit board last. All right, I cleaned all the switches on the pulse motor. You can see there. Fortunately, they were all pitted pretty badly, but luckily they were the big fat ones. You might be able to see them. See, they got the big fat rivets in them compared to these ones, like much smaller. So that made filing them down much easier. Now the only thing that's really concerning is there's a couple of wires here that are removed and taped together, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like that. It looks like it would go right here, but there's also a wire at the bottom connecting all these together, so not 100% on that. So I may just leave it alone for now, and if we find a problem that I can't find that has to do with this, then we'll know it's that. So the last thing we're going to look at is this big circuit board here. Now this actually runs a lot of the logic that has to do with this mechanism, determining if the ball lands in the right hole when it comes to scoring. So it looks like, I was looking it over earlier, and it looks like this just slides out of there. I gotta remove this top JAMA harness that you would see like on arcade PCBs. And I think this one you can probably just slide out of the bottom, yeah. Slide this out of there. There we go. There you have it. It's got this big plastic sheet protecting all the components. The only things that are really exposed are these resistors here. I think they're resistors. Yes. 56 ohm, 12 watts. So they're big honking ones. And there's a bunch of little relays here. I'll look at those later. So I imagine I have to clean the edge connectors on both sides of this, or I guess just this side, as well as maybe down there and in here. It doesn't look too bad. Might leave these alone and just clean these ones on the board here. So I'll take these little posts out that hold these plastic shields on there, and we'll take a look at all the goodies underneath there. All right, got the covers off the circuit board here. Oops, those covers on the relays are loose. Here's what we got. Notice how they're all just exposed copper traces. That's pretty cool. Normally they're silk screened. That tells you how old this is. So what could you do here? Well, you could check everything like I'm doing here. I'm looking for anything that's obviously screwed up, but I've looked it over and I don't really see anything that's obvious. And you could go along and replace all these caps. I think they're caps. They don't say UF on them or anything, because they are pretty old. But I don't have anything like this. I have resistors and transistors, but I don't have these caps. I don't know if these are tantalum ones or not. They might be. Maybe they're electrolytic. No idea. So I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. Pretty sure it works good enough anyways. But I did notice that this transistor here, the middle leg there, has got some corrosion on it, so I may try to clean that off a little bit. I'm not gonna go crazy on it. On the back here, I'm also looking for broken solder joints, but again, I don't really see that. At least anything that's obvious. So it should be okay. So I guess I'm just gonna clean this edge connector on both sides. Then I guess that'll be it, really. So I'll do that, and we'll be back, and we'll be ready to throw this back in the machine and keep going. Well, I found a nasty surprise. So I was cleaning the edge connectors. I was kind of holding this board a certain way, and one of these caps on these relays popped off, this one. So I was about to put it back on, but look what I found. There's these two wires broke off. So it's a good thing I saw that, because otherwise if I just left this as is and put it back in there, and then whatever this didn't work, probably would have been chasing my tail trying to figure it out. I hope the other ones aren't like that. If I could just, okay, looks like I can just pop these off each, so I'm gonna fix this one, and then I'm gonna look through the others just to make sure that they're okay. But I'll let you know if I find any others. I can't believe it. I found two more that were broke. This one has these three right here broke off. And then this one just has that one up there at the end, I believe. But I fixed this one here. Got the wire soldered back on them. So it looks like I have to repeat the same process twice on these. These ones here that had the covers on them were okay. But man, that's crazy. That probably made the whole thing not work. I'd imagine anyway. The only thing, I'm also wondering too, if those switches should be cleaned. I can't see them too well, but I'm not sure if they look okay or not. I don't know, I might leave them alone just because since this is easy access, I can just take these covers off easily and clean them if I have to. I'm assuming they come apart the same way like these ones do. This spring right there, and they should just lift up out of there. Maybe, I don't know. But I'll leave them alone for now. We'll just fix this wiring problem, and hopefully that's all that needed. So I'll get this taken care of and we'll come back. All right, got the wires on these two relays soldered back. Got the covers back on, threw the board back in there. But before we put it in there, there's these 3 relays right here that I'm gonna clean while I have ankle or elbow room in here. This one is the R button. The middle one is the ball detector. And the third one, can't read the third one. It says something on it. Not sure, but clean all the switches on them. Simple enough. Then we can do everything else in this front end. All right, so I'll be back. All right, that completes the diamond module. And also clean the switches on these relays here. This one ended up being called the ball lift. And speaking of ball lift, we're gonna clean the switches on it. So I did a little different this time. Usually I just take the switch stacks off one by one and clean the switches like that. But on this one, there was one that was mounted upside down. And this is set up to where when the ball lift motor is in the home position, this is closed. So that'll need to be cleaned. And all these will need to be cleaned too. See how these two are the nice big fat ones? So is this one. And that should take care of that. Also, you can also oil it too. It's pretty smooth already, so I may just leave it alone. So is the pivoting, it's not seized or anything. Also, I'm taking the pinballs out of the trough because that's next. So I'll knock this out. Shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, I'm assuming. Maybe 10, depends. And then we'll do the trough next. All right, got the ball lift switches all cleaned up, put the cover back on. So now we're gonna do the trough, and this is the only good place I can have it because of how it's wired and whatnot. I have to take one of the switches off. But here's what we got. This one needs to be cleaned. This switch, all these ones here. These are all tarnished and dirty. So I'll knock those out. I'll clean that switch too. There's some switches over here too that I need to clean. There's a slam tilt down there somewhere. And then that's the comeback key, but you can see the wires are gone from it. I think they might have been chewed off. I looked around in this loom and I can't really find them, so I'm just not even gonna touch that. And then we'll do the coin door. Oh, there's some switches over here too for the buttons. But I'll knock this out first and then we will move right along. All right, I got all the switches, the rest of them in the cabinet cleaned and on the coin door. So now we're gonna do the bottom of the playfield. So here's the shutter motor. There's a lot of switches on this one. Just gonna go through and clean them all. Here's the ball lifter start relay. It's got more switches than usual. Should be okay. Here's a switch stack for when the shutter closes and opens. And then I already took the shutter panel off just so that I can have access to all of the switches in the holes. Some of them have 2 switches, like this one here, and this one, and this one. And the ball return has one too. So those will all need to be cleaned. So I'm just gonna knock all of this out. I don't have that much time to cut and to film this, then cut, then film that, then cut, then film this, then cut. You know, it's common sense. Just clean the switches. That's all that this is. So I'll knock all this out and I'll come back and then we'll be ready to try it. But I'll come back unless I find something goofy. Then I'll show that. But otherwise, we'll just move right along. All right, folks. I finished cleaning all the switches on the bottom of the playfield. Got the 2 rollovers, the runway, all the numbers, all the shutter motor switches, all the lifter start relay switches, all those ones. Although there's some here on the lifter start relay that don't look too good. I filed them down as best I could, but they're pretty worn out. It's mainly these ones in the back here. So if we have issues with our ball lift circuit, then we'll know where to look. But yeah, now every single switch in the game is clean. So what I'll do is I'll put the shutter panel back on, we'll flip this back over, plug it into the game, and then we'll try it. So what do you think about that? So I'll be back. Well, I first turned it on and I tried starting a game and it wouldn't start. And this meter was just locked on, and pressing the buttons wouldn't do anything. So then I turned it off and turned it back on again, and all those lights started doing random stuff. Then it started a game finally, but whenever I pressed the buttons it would go into tilt and nothing would work with the buttons. And when I unplugged the coin door, everything was fine. It would stop doing its weird thing. So then I unplugged the coin door and removed it. And at first I looked at the Jones plug. I didn't see anything shorted there, and I'd cleaned it up. So then I decided to look in the wire loom down here, and I pulled back this heat shrink tubing, and these wires are screwed the hell up. I don't know if the mouse did this, or if this just so happened to happen from swinging the door open and closing so many times. But I did notice it was over here too on the coin switch. So looks like I have to either shorten this up, something, I don't know, but all these wires need to be fixed. I can't have them like this. This is shorting too many things together. So looks like I'll be doing that before playing a game. So I'll do what I gotta do here. I don't know, I might end up replacing a bunch of wires, shortening up, soldering a bunch of them together. I'll do something, but I'll come back when I got this taken care of, I guess. Well, I got that heat shrink tubing off and it's not looking too good. So after just messing with this, I don't think the mouse did this at all. I think I don't know what happened, but what's happening now is the insulation is just turns to dust. So I have no idea how that happened. But pretty much all the wires except for like 2 of them are still connected. So I'm gonna seize the opportunity and rewire them one by one while they're all still connected, just to make it easier, because you know, like this one's pretty much completely exposed. You can't leave it like that. So this will be messy, but it's what I have to do to get this cleaned up, I guess. Some wires on the switches too. It won't be hard, it'll just be time consuming trying to rewire this entire Jones plug. But I'll take care of that. We'll come back and we should be ready to try it now. Alright, well, it ain't pretty, but I think it should do the trick. So I replaced all the wires that were horribly exposed or cut, and I plugged it back in. So now let's try it and see if we're any better. Alright, until heard the lockout coils pull in. Alright, now let's hit the switch and see. Okay, that's better. Last time, as soon as I started the game, the buttons would just, mainly the red one, would start tripping and doing stuff, going into tilt. Okay. So let's see. It might still tilt, but I don't know. Guess we'll see. See if this stuff works. That's working better now. Some light bulbs will need adjusting, obviously. Well, that's much better. Okay. Let's see if the Super 7 works finally, because we never seen that work the whole time. All right, here we go. Bam! Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. So this lights, there's our score. And the white button is staying in this time. Or the relay in the back there. Oh, that's so cool. Alright, let's play a little bit. And it didn't kick the ball out. Oh. Okay. Look, it stepped up. So we have 4 lit. Because we landed in number with 4. Okay. I'm gonna kick the ball out though. And the relays in the back is tripping. Let me silence that. There we go. But I might have to reach my hand in there and manually turn the motor. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think we had some problems there. Oh! Okay. So we didn't win, and we missed. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I kicked the ball out this time. I think our ball detector might need some work. I don't normally condone playing a game with a playfield that's still screwed up, but we're still testing it kind of right now. Okay, so press buttons now. It's flashing. Let's see if the mystic lines work. Oh, I broke the mystic lines. So I guess those will need some work. Select our 4th relay tripped. Okay, looks like some of it's working so far. Alright. Okay. So I guess it's much better now. Of course, we still have some things we need to look at. The mystic lines don't work. Not sure if this fully works yet. Of course, we need to check a whole bunch of other things. So I guess we're good with our coin door for now. I don't know if it's gonna keep trying to tilt when I press the buttons or not. But either we'll get it all figured out. And I also need to do those lights. I still need to paint the 55 bulbs. But I think we've gone pretty far with the game itself. We've cleaned every switch in the game, like I said. Every step unit's cleaned. So I guess that's the only thing that's left now is troubleshooting and testing. But we need to tackle the cosmetics. So I'm gonna do the playfield since it's pretty much time to. It's really bad, honestly. There's dirt and crap, literally rat crap everywhere all over it. There is planking, but it's not really that bad. A little bit of wear here. And I did notice too on the, I don't know which pin, one of these pinballs had some rust on it. It was this one. So that'll need to be replaced. But there's only 20 holes, so it shouldn't take too long trying to clean it up. So I'll set the camera on the tripod, I'll tear it down, scrub it real good, wax it, replace the rubbers, clean the plastics, and we should be good to go. I'll probably see if I can take the apron off on this one. I think it's already coming up a little bit, so that should help a bit. I'll probably take these cards off too. It also kind of looks like someone plastered the apron with something like polyurethane. I don't know what it is, but it's on the instruction cards too. Can you see it on there? So I don't know, but these instruction cards are going in the trash either way, and I'll print nice new ones. So we'll set the camera up and we'll get started. Well, well. I was not expecting this playfield to clean up that good. Look at it. So, as you saw, I ended up scrubbing the absolute hell out of this. Because as I was starting up here, I've started to scrub these diamonds, and I noticed the white started showing through. So that's when I decided to scrub harder, and now I was able to get all of the dirt off the playfield. So it looks like this playfield wasn't discolored after all. Because I look it under the apron, it's still the same color. So that's pretty amazing. But I cleaned the rest of it off camera because I think I've shown enough on camera. I cleaned it up as best I could. There's still some remnants here and there around the nails and posts. But for me, it's good enough. You know, you're standing from here, you're not gonna really be looking there, you're gonna be looking elsewhere. So yeah, there wasn't much wear that I discovered. There's some here, which is fine. A little bit up here, and mainly here. I think that was about it. There's probably some minor areas around the holes where the lamps come through. But other than that, it's pretty good. So it's time to wax it. So I'll prop the camera back up. I'll start waxing it, then I'll put all the clean plastics back on with the new rubber rings. All right, there's how the playfield turned out after waxing it, cleaning all the plastics, new rubber rings, cleaned some of the springs too. I'm pretty happy with it. There were some areas that I probably could have gone over a bit better, like right there, for example, or on the nails usually. But I had run out of magic erasers, so I couldn't proceed. So I mainly just got what I wanted to clean, which was mainly all this. And it's looking pretty good, so I'm happy with it. All right, so now that that's out of the way finally, now we can play it, play with it with all the pinballs, which by the way, I did manage to clean up some. Let's see if I can grab some of them. That one I suspected that had rust on it, apparently it was just dirt that had stuck to it. So luckily none of the balls are rusted. So they're all pretty good. Didn't have to replace any. I left the shooter rod as is because I have a new assembly that we'll be putting together shortly. So now that that's out of the way, like I said, now we can start troubleshooting it. So I'll play it for a little bit and then I'll note down what doesn't work and we'll go through it systematically, fix issue by issue. All right, I've been playing it for a little bit now, and believe it or not, it's actually working pretty good. There isn't too much that doesn't work, but I did jot down what doesn't work here on this paper. So I'll get to this first one in a minute that I scribbled out. But the cycle lights, so these were technically the spotting lights. So when the game's randomizing at the start of the game or when you play a credit, when the lights do their thing, they're pretty dim and sometimes they don't light at all. So my guess is that's either a switch on the extra balls relay or a switch on the shutter motor, one of the two. So we'll need to look into that. The mystic lines. So I explained earlier that the B and C lines used to work and A didn't, but now none of them work. And it's probably going to be one of the buttons. They're out of adjustment or something. Or it'll be three things. One, it'll be the buttons. Two, it'll be the stepper unit inside the head. Maybe the contacts aren't touching the rivets fully, like how it was on Miss America Deluxe. Or the Jones plugs are all messed up. They're not making good connection. It's gonna be one of those. I'm leaning more towards the stepper unit, but I don't know, I guess we'll find out. The replay counters. So we know right off the bat that the blue one is messed up. Some traces need repaired. And I need to look at the red and the yellow one. The green one might be okay. I've never won in the green thus far, so I'm not sure if that one works yet. But we'll check it later. So we'll need to look at all those, repair them. The search wiper coil. So on these games that have the R button, there's a coil here inside the head on the control unit that locks the search wiper in place from spinning constantly while that is running. And it does not seem to be working. It's worked a couple times, but most of the time it does not work. So I'm pretty sure our coil is okay. We just have a bad switch somewhere. Maybe again, another bad connection on the Jones plugs. Not quite sure yet, but of course we'll look into that. The red button relay. So technically in this state in the game, this is not supposed to be on right now. And the relay itself is also pulled in too. It's right here, you can see it. And that is not supposed to be that way. And it may not be too big of a concern for most players, but to some players it is a concern because at the end of the game, so let's say this is a pretty bad score, at least in the Mystic Lines or the main game, and I want to play the extra balls. Well, if that's lit the whole time while you're playing the game when it's not supposed to be, if you try to play the extra balls, it's going to start a new game and you'll lose your potential winning score. So that's not right. So we'll need to look into that. That actually popped up recently, and it has to do with something I'll explain in a minute again. So we'll need to fix that. And there's various light bulbs that aren't working and making good contact. One I know for sure is with this blue button for scores. Some of the lights up there don't work. That's another thing. It's all the sockets pretty much. This light pops in and out at times. I know this red light doesn't work. Some of the score lights don't work. There's some general illumination bulbs that are supposed to illuminate the card that aren't working. I know one is right here that's out. There's a bulb somewhere over here that doesn't work. But the rest of those are working pretty much. As far as my concern is. So we'll need to tinker with some of those. That's no big deal. So we need to check and fix all the scoring. Like I said, some of that doesn't work. We know that the blue replay counter will not work because of that messed up trace. And we also need to check this and check all the features. So a lot of this is working, like I said. These, I don't know, probably not. This is working good. This, probably not. This is working with the exception of this. Twins numbers works, I've seen that work. So let's say I had 8, 10 lit. So if I landed in one of those, they both would have been lit, as you can see. Of course, mixed lines don't work. I've tried the extra balls while this was still working properly, and I did get the first extra ball, so that's good. And the Super 7 is actually working pretty good. I haven't checked it fully, but like all the numbers here above the holes, it all counts up correctly, thankfully. And it does advance to the double or nothing colors once you do hit Super 7 like I have here. And it does score, which you can see. So that's good, but we'll need to check it more later. And then the card bulbs. A few of the numbers don't work, which is 1, 4, and 12. You can see I have the ball in number 1, it's not lit. And I know it's the bulb because if I were to move this B line where 1 is in 20, it would light. So we know it's the bulbs. So we need to look into that. And then here at the very bottom, I wrote either fix, mod, or ignore the tilt. So what's going on is it's still doing the tilt bullshit with the coin door, with those wires. And I eventually got fed up to a point where I just disconnected the wire on the tilt trip relay. So at the end of all of this, I'm gonna either fix it, or I'm gonna mod it to where only the tilt switches in the entire cabinet trip it, or I'm gonna flat out ignore it and just leave it alone. Because apparently I looked in the schematics, and for whatever reason, there's other things that trigger the tilt trip relay. I don't know why, but that's how it's designed. So at the end of this, I'll need to decide what I want to do about that. I'm leaning more towards just flat out ignoring it. I know that may bother some people, but come on, it's the tilt trip relay. It's not that important. But other than that, there's not much really. A lot of this we could knock out in super quick time, I'd imagine, as long as you don't have any freaking BS rabbit hole problems. But yeah, it's not a lot compared to the other games that I've messed with so far. So this top one, which reads ball lift, I scribbled out. That was technically the first issue that I found out. But what was going on was, if you were playing a game without playing Super 7, it would work just fine. But if you were playing with Super 7, that's where the issues came. So what would happen is, it would kick the ball out at the beginning of the game, you can activate Super 7 and play it. And when you shot the first ball, everything would be fine. And once it landed in the hole, it would count up whatever number it's supposed to be, and that's when it would break. So after that, it would not kick out the next ball, and I had to manually move the the ball lip to kick out the next ball. And I decided to just fix it now just so that I can play and I don't have to do that every single time. And that ended up being a switch on one of the cams, which I pretty much figured so, since I knew all the relays that had to do with the ball lip were working properly. So that technically was fixed and out of the way. But yeah, so I think our top priority right now is the Mystic lines. So I think we'll mess with it first, get it going so we can play it properly with the lines, because if you can't with the lines, it's not fun. And while I'm at it, since I'll have the Mystic lines unit taken apart, we'll mess with those 3 bulbs that don't work and get them working. So it'll be like a 2 birds with 1 stone kind of thing. And we'll go from there. So I'll take the glass out. I will tip that panel down and we'll look at the Mystic Line stepper unit. Alright, so luckily I found the issue right away. So what I decided to do while I'm messing with this is I have the C button switch closed shut temporarily. And I'm touching this stepper unit and nothing's happening, but if I force it to move a little bit, you see it pops back in. So it looks like I just need to take this spider off again, mess with those fingers, probably bend them. I don't know if I cleaned them or not. I hope I did, but if not, then well, there's our issue. So I'll take this off and then clean or bend the fingers back, and then we'll try it again. That should get us going. Well, it kind of wasn't really looking too good. I had taken this apart and cleaned the fingers and the rivets again, but that still wasn't really getting anywhere. But I looked at the schematics again, and it appears that another way that the power runs through to this stepper unit, or at least to the buttons, is through a switch on what I think it said cam 15A. Now 15 is actually this cam here on the search wiper, and A is the top switch. So the switch for the C button is still shut closed temporarily, but watch this. So it looks like that switch isn't really in a good spot. So that's all I gotta do is just adjust that switch, and our Mystic lines should be back and ready to go. So I'll adjust that switch and then we'll give it a shot. Alright, I got that switch just a little better, and I was wrong. It's actually the bottom one, not the top one. Not this one, the one on the bottom. Bam! Perfect. Alright. So that's out of the way. So now I think while I have this down, I'll check those 3 light bulbs that aren't working and get those situated. Okay, I got most of the bulbs working. Pretty much got all the ones that aren't working, but the only one that's left that's not working is number 12, which is right here. See, 10 is lit, but 12, which is this bulb, is not lit. And I've tinkered with it, swapped bulbs, and it's still not cooperating. And I know it works. I know the bulb works because if I press the C button, see, it works, and now this one's not letting. They both should be lit right now. So, let's see. And 4 and 1 work now. See, this is number 1 right now. So that might be a problem with the wiring on the playfield. See number 12 down there. I have a ball sitting in it. But speaking of bulbs, I did notice that the general illumination is dead. So I think I might have blown the fuse probably been messing with the stepper unit because you know this whole thing is metal and there's literally a bulb socket right there, so I must have shorted it out on accident. That's okay. So I guess that's technically taken care of. We'll probably have to come back in here later on, but we're just gonna leave it alone for now. We'll look at the bottom of the playfield later because it's just a light bulb. That's not all the concern. I believe the scoring works, but we'll check it to be sure. So I think the next thing that I'll mess with on the list, I'll have to scribble some of this out. I think we'll do the replay counter since they're all right here. So I'll button this back up, and then we'll look at this one because this is the one that needs the most attention. All right, so here we're back with the blue replay counter, and I'll show you again the damage, what we got going on here. These traces are broken off. So you're probably wondering, well, how are you gonna fix that? Easy. Good old copper tape. So I've cut out a small piece right here. Well, I did cut out, oh, here it is on the floor. Cut out a small piece and attach it to each of these broken sections here. That should hopefully fix it. So I'll apply it and then I'll show you what we got. All right, applied the new copper tape on the traces that were torn away. Those that were really bad anyways. So it looks like it'll work fine. We'll try it later. I checked out these other ones and they look okay. They're not horrible. So I'm just gonna leave them for now. I can always just come back in here if I gotta mess with them. But this is the one that was most concerning to me. All right, so that's knocked out. So I think the next thing we'll look at is the search wiper coil, which is that coil down there. It doesn't seem to be working very good. So I'll start a game and I'll show you what we got going on. All right, so we're at the end of a game and I got to win legitimately, surprisingly. So when I press the R button, oh, it worked that time. But I was gonna say, when I press it down, that coil won't energize. See, it didn't that time. Sometimes it will work though, like it did that first time. And I guess it scored correctly. Yeah, I got 8 credits, cool. But we need to see why that's not working right. So I'll check out the schematics and we'll see what we got. Just see, now it doesn't do anything. So it's intermittent, but I'll look and see what we got. All right, so I looked on the schematics and there's a bunch of switches that it runs through, but one of them that I noticed, since we had an issue with this before, is this switch stack here again. And it says it's switch number letter C. It's this one right here in the middle of the screen. Does it look like it's touching to you? Kinda doesn't look like it from that angle. It's hard to see. See, it don't really look like it's touching there. But I'll adjust it anyway, just to be sure, and we'll see if that fixes it. So let me do that, then we'll try it again. All right, adjust that switch. Now let's try it. Hear the relays clicking. All right, this looks like it was just that one switch. All right, that's done. Cross that off the list. All right, let's fix this red button relay. See, it's still on, it shouldn't be. Okay, we actually have another problem going on. So this mixer disc is not latching. So we need to fix that real quick. So we'll do that first, since I'm assuming that's going to be easy fix. Alright, I got this mixer latch working a lot better now. It was just really stiff and it was kind of bent too, so I kind of bent it back and now it's nice and snappy. So that should lock in place now. And as for the red button relay, you can see it's pulled in right now. I think it started happening as soon as I was messing with this tilt trip relay. And I noticed that this plastic was broke. I think I might have done that accidentally. So a bunch of the switches were closed when they shouldn't be. So I kind of bent them out of the way. So I'm about to try it now. So we'll start a game and we'll see if that fixed it. So I'm gonna hit the coin switch. Now another side note is, I noticed this light is always on. It's the double, what color scores double. But I think that's supposed to be like that. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to look in the schematics to double check. But I remember when I first got this game working, that wasn't on. And then it randomly just came on and now it stays on all the time. But it doesn't really seem to be affecting anything because, you know, since any of the colors aren't lit, it can't do what it's supposed to do. So I might check into that later. But we'll just play a game. See, you can see our cycle lights are working. See, that bulb didn't light up. But they're just really dim, so that'll be the next thing we'll check out. But I messed with a lot of them and I got most of them working. There's a few of them that are hindering here and there. But that's mainly the only ones left that I really need to look at is this one right here. I never see it light up. And one of these, I think it's this bulb where the socket's messed up. And I think this one right here. But I need to check some of these ones too, because then they don't light up. And this needs some attention too, these rollovers, but I'll do that later with the play filled ones, because I have to mess with the sockets for the lights because they're kind of fading in and out at times. And we'll show you the Super 70, even though we don't have the glass in right now. Yeah, all those lights are working pretty good. Okay. Okay, so when we shoot the ball, the red light should not light up, the red button. Perfect. Okay, so I knew that was the issue. All right, so that's fixed. Okay. Cross out the list. That was probably just user error. Still need to tinker with some light bulbs. So we're basically down to just checking everything, but we still gotta do this too. I think we'll probably do this next. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna look at first is the extra ball trip relay, because you know, when you hit the extra balls, you don't want all these lights to be flashing too while this is flashing. You only want to be flashing that. So there's a switch in there somewhere. I don't know which one it is. I gotta make a new label. that alternates. It's a make or break system. So one way will be the game lights, and then the other way will be the extra ball lights. I think that's how it works. I don't know. I think there's a bunch of other switches that make it alternate between the Super 7 and then only scores and features. But I think that has to do with these relays, which you saw, or as I've seen, when you hit when you press either buttons in either the scores or features, they're both at the same. Well, they're both the same, so I know it's not the buttons. The lockout button, the relays for the buttons. So it's got to be that switch in there. So I'll look at that, and then we'll see if I can find out what's making the light so dim. Alright folks, so I decided to take a break from the electromechanics and start to do the cosmetics. So I've started with scrubbing the cabinet, and I first did the diamonds. You may have noticed that in the previous clips that the diamonds were clean. The problem is that all this like crap that's on the cabinet is well in the paint, so it's hard to just scrub it with the magic eraser. You have to really scrub it to get it to come out, but I did do it with the diamonds, at least the white ones. I'll come back and do the gold ones. And the burgundy color is hard to clean because, you know, it's darker color, so you can't really tell if it's clean or not. That right there is its original shade. Then all the dirt, all the darker areas are dirty spots. But I'm gonna hit them again in a little bit as I come along. And I started scrubbing the head too. See what a major difference. But the problem is, like the cabinet, the magic eraser is not abrasive enough on this texture. Because the problem is, although this is a good thing, the cabinet finish is very smooth. And if you ever have one of these later cabinets, you can just rub your hand on it, you could see feel it's very smooth. And all this crap that settles in the paint makes it hard to come out. And scrubbing the magic eraser doesn't do much. It does help if you scrub hard enough. Like a lot of this lower area was just from the magic eraser, maybe like probably just that area, a little bit over here. But then I just decided that it's gonna take too long and I'll go through way too many of them since they just fall apart. So I just decided to use the sanding block to sand all the crap off the paint. And you can see it's done a very good job. And the thing is, this is just the right grit to where it's not too abrasive, but it's not abrasive enough. You know what I mean? It's not too hard, it's not too soft on this paint. And while it does clean it up pretty good, it does also take away the gold splatter paint that is left on here. You can see up here, these other areas, you could see it very good here. But I'm not really too concerned about that. I just want it to look good. And I also wanted to show this too before I hit this area with the sanding block, because if I do, then this will come up. But there's some scores that someone wrote here. I'm not sure why, but they're very high numbers. They wrote the date. So November 28th, 2005. That's crazy. And this one says 48,697 by, I don't know, what does it say? Is it Muss? I don't know. Muss truck. This one says 59,000. I think that's supposed to say, I think that's supposed to say 560. But then there's one down here that says 11/30 of 2006. So pretty much a month and 2 days apart. The same person wrote another score. This one says 49,493. and this one says 57,586. Not sure what that generally means, because you know, you can only go up to a few thousand credits. So I'm not sure if they just kept playing it for a long time and tracked their score, because on the meters here, even this one doesn't even match any of those numbers. So I don't know, but just want to show that real quick as I do this side. It's honestly much easier to do with that sanding block than the magic eraser. But the magic eraser is still useful, because I can hit this, all this with the magic eraser. Because if I try to hit this with the sanding block, it might mess it up a little bit. You kind of see what's going on here. See the slightest of cracks is where all the fine dust settling in. I could probably get this out with the magic eraser, but I might just hit this diamond with the magic eraser. Probably just the colored areas. I'm mainly hitting the white with the sanding block, and I'm not touching the colors. Same with the cabinet. Although the cabinet, I might hit the cabinet with the sanding block. Not sure. I'm gonna see how it turns out. If it makes it too light to where it's noticeable from the rest of the cabinet or not. Still got to do the front, still ugly. And I'll show you this side as a comparison of what it used to look like. Oh, horrible. But it should turn out very good at the end. I also put the glass on it, so it's just so that the dust doesn't settle on it and screw it up. But there's still a good amount of work to do, and I'd say. I also tried to scrub the legs just to see how they would turn out, and I have some high hopes for them too. So I guess we'll see there. Might not have to repaint them after all. So yeah, I'll keep scrubbing the cabinet, or at least the head anyway. And then I'll show you what it looks like when it's done. Another thing I did was I also cleaned the steel rails too. They look a hell of a lot better. Only thing is that it's not super shiny and reflective, but honestly I kind of like it like this. Makes it look more makes it stand out more, I should say. And this one too. I also hit these with the sanding block. Does a pretty good job. As long as it's not too rusty. These ones weren't too bad. It should turn out great if you want to do it that way. Also saves couple $100. I'm pretty sure these steel rails are expensive. But that's out of the way. So I just gotta scrub the cabinet. Get it looking pretty good. And then it should look really nice in the end. Only thing is right now, on the front, both of these buttons are supposed to be green and blue, and I don't have either of those colors for spray paint. I have the rest, so I'll have to order that, but I have to try and find the correct colors. If it's a little off, I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. So there's that. But that's pretty much it for updates. And the game's still pretty much the same. The number 12 bulb still doesn't light up, so you'll need to check that out. Cycle lights still are dim. Haven't touched the list in a bit. But that's it for updates. So I'll scrub it a little bit more and I'll come back and I'll show you what we ended up with. Okay, well that didn't change anything. So I guess that switch stack is off the table. But I just started looking through the manual and the schematics to see if I could track down why our features would not advance or even unlock in some cases. It's mainly the stepper units, the selection, mystic lines, twins numbers, like those don't seem to work at all. Sometimes the red letter and 4 stars relays would trip, but you know, these never do a damn thing. And I'm reading the manual because that's the most helpful thing in the world. It tells you literally everything about each switch, what it's supposed to do. And the section for the control unit, eventually if you find it, it'll tell you about one dinky little switch. And I have found said switch. It is right here. This switch stack right here. Not the top switch, the bottom switch. See it down there? And it says that that switch, that one stupid little switch, is responsible for allowing the power to run through it to the mixer discs and spotting wiper to unlock the features. So I took a good look at it. I've fixed the problem now just to save space on my phone, but the switch was somehow out of adjustment. I don't know how it even got out of adjustment. I never even messed with that one little switch, and I don't even know how I could because all these giant ass switch stacks are in the way. So there's no way I could have bumped it or anything else could have bumped it and knocked it out of adjustment. But apparently it was. So I adjusted it back, and now our features are back. But we have another issue. It doesn't start. So that's fun. And I also should mention too that before whatever bullshit that happened, the scoring started dying, I guess, because what would happen was, well, actually, I should mention that once I got the features back and I could play, and you know, move the mystic lines or whatever, the scoring wouldn't even work. Like it would just spin and would never find your win, even though you had one. And I don't know what happened, but that one screw that you saw that was on that switch stack there, I don't know what the deal was. I don't know if it was pushing down on the cam too much, and I think it was raising this whole switch, this whole section, so the cams or the switches weren't resting on the cams all the way. And I don't know. I think there's supposed to be a circuit or one of these that closes to, you know, enable that. And so once I took that out, it started working again. I don't understand things like that, but that's what happened there. So we were good. Our scoring was working. I was playing through it, checking our features out, and then this happened. So yeah. So now I don't even know. The thing is, I don't even know what causes things like that to happen. And that's what pisses me off, because, you know, you don't know what happened. So it could be literally anything, like oh, the switches on the start relay got messed up, or, you know, that switch stack got messed up again, or there's something going on over here, because apparently I'm looking through the schematics. On the start relay, it goes through a whole bunch of switches, so any of them could be screwed up. It goes the shutter motor, the control unit, the 25% relay, you know, things like that, the Jones plugs. So it could literally be anything, and that's what's overwhelming about these, and I could see why a lot of people don't mess with these. Because, you know, stuff like this happens, and you don't. It's too complicated to think about. Honestly, I can't even put it to words because it's so frustrating. So I gotta track that down. Probably check through every single goddamn switch that the power runs through to that start relay. And, you know, I'll have to lift this up to show you. I have to try because it's freaking heavy. But you might think that the red button relay is responsible. Well, it's not, because I can tell you that right now, because if it wasn't, those lights would not be on, and it is on. And it's not the buttons, because I think I need to have credits or replays. Open this shit. Oh well, guess we gotta try to start again. I'll do that in a bit. But it's not the buttons. I pressed the buttons, the different ones, and the lights come on, the relays pull in. It's not the buttons. So no, it's not that. I think it has something to do with the 25-cent relay, because when I pull this in, you can hear the relay pulls in, the 25-cent relay, and these do their thing. I have to shut that off because that meter engages and it'll burn up. So it's not that. It might have something to do with the 25-cent relay. I haven't looked too deep into it right now because I'm just so annoyed at this right now. But yeah, that's what's going on right now. So I gotta fiddle with that. Probably spend 2 months trying to figure that out. I don't know. But I'll come back when I have some more updates to give you, if anything. Okay, see, here's the thing. The start relay works. It's just whatever is supposed to make this pull in doesn't work. See, we have credits right now, but I'll just show you this. So when you hit the coin switches, this relay will pull in, and it's supposed to trigger the start relay, but it's not doing that because whatever is supposed to pull in the start relay screwed up. But it does work, because watch. See, if I just push it in, it'll engage. You can see here, the game plays. It's just, you know, the relay doesn't pull in when it's supposed to. See, the buttons don't do shit, but when I press the other ones, see, that's the green one. See, they all engage, but just nothing happens. See, that's the kind of problem we have. But aside from all that, I did fix our register step-up coil. I think the whole problem was this lug right here. It was soldered on really badly. And when I went to desolder, it just kind of broke off. So I just kind of soldered it to the that ring there where the wire comes through on the other side. And now it's working. So that's that issue. So still gonna mess with it, but just wanted to give that little demonstration and that update. So I guess this is all we gotta work on right now. But I'll come back if I find it, finally. See, the thing is, before this stuff started happening, I was messing with one of these switches because it was doing that thing where it would stutter when the scoring would finish, like on Carnival Queen. I don't know if I've ever even showed that, but I'll probably show it here before I fix this. And I wonder if I just screwed up one of these switches. I don't know. It's hard to tell, because you have to press the button to find it out if one of these switches is screwed up. And I don't want to adjust the switch, then go over and press the button. And if it doesn't work, I gotta come back up here. Yada yada yada. I don't know. It shows that one of these switches is responsible. I don't know which one it is. So it says cam 18B, I think. So I could probably show you the stuttering shit that it does. That's what it would do. That's what it would do in the Carnival Queen. So I don't know. we'll deal with that later. We have to fix the button first. But, oh, what the hell? Wait. Oh my god. There's supposed to be a bar here. Oh. What the hell? This is broke. Look, it's supposed to... Oh my god, I swear to god. See, I'm pretty sure the switch stack's supposed to be like this. I swear to god, that was our whole problem. What the hell, though? Is this even metal? No, it's like fiberboard shit. I don't know what the hell this thing is made out of. Well, I guess that's our problem, because I don't think this is supposed to be closed. It said it's a normally closed switch, and you know, this switch down here is closed. I'm pretty sure it's this top one. It's this top one, it has to be. Everything else checks out fine. That's the only thing that does. I'm pretty sure it's that switch. Okay, so I gotta take this whole assembly off, and I don't know, I think I can glue this. I don't know, I'm gonna try that. Can't hurt. Well, let me do that real quick and see if that fixes our problem. Alright, use super glue to glue that thing back on there. And I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be. Well, let's try it. If that didn't fix it, then I'm gonna be so pissed. Wait for that shit to count down. Okay. Here we go. Uh-huh. Perfect. Woo! That was literally my last resort. I had checked through everything else. There was nothing wrong. So I'm glad I found that, because I would have probably went insane if I haven't already in this video. Okay, well, I feel much better about that now. So now I can keep playing through it, checking some things out. There's still a bunch of light bulbs I need to tinker with, so I'll probably do that before I put this glass back in. Then we'll start checking some things out. We'll see where I'm at then. Okay, well, looks like the first thing we're going to be looking at is the diamond module, because it was working good. Then I just started this game, shot the ball, or activated the game, and shot the ball, landed in a hole, and it didn't respond. And I think the whole thing's broke, because any number that I land in, nothing happens. I can hear the relays pulling on that circuit board. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I thought the bulb was out. It's just these bulbs have a second switch now. So I'll let the playfield up, take that door off, and then we'll pull out that module, because we need to work on it anyways, because I've also figured out when you're up to here, if you make this one, sometimes when you land in the wrong hole, it doesn't know that you landed in the wrong hole, and it thinks that you didn't shoot the ball. So we'll need to look at it anyways. So I'll pull it out and we'll take a look. Okay, well, I took the board out from inside the cabinet, and I looked at some things. I didn't really see anything wrong that was obvious. I kind of tinkered with some things like connectors and switches a little bit, and now it's working. So I don't know, maybe something had a flaky connection, maybe the Jones plugs are going bad, I don't know. But now it's working, and did land in numbers that made 7. So I'm going to show you, hopefully, what happens if it lands in the wrong hole. I'm going to see what happens here. I don't know if it'll... If you land in the right hole, it works, but if you land in the wrong hole, that's when it doesn't work. Sometimes, or most of the time, actually. It's working. Okay, well, looks like it's gonna collect the scores for me. You can see it does count up correctly each time, luckily. Probably because this counter isn't very worn, because this game is hard to win. Alright, so we'll just start a game. I could show you. Show you it not working. Leave it there. I gotta make 7 though, so I'll just see where the ball what number this goes in. See, now it's working, so I don't know what the deal was. Okay, steal this ball in 3. Okay. Let's see where this goes. Well, that one works, but sometimes if I land in the wrong hole, it doesn't know that it's missed. So I think what I gotta do is, remember how I was saying that I might have to clean the switches on these relays? Well, it looks like I'll have to do that. So, gotta clean it anyway. So, I'll shut the game off. Unfortunately, I'm gonna lose all my good credits, but that's okay. And then I'll just start cleaning through all those little switches there. Alright, so here's a closer look at this one. We only got 6 of them here, so it shouldn't take too long, but it's not too hard taking these apart. I'll show you this one. You gotta bend the spring from this end, not this end, because it's more shut together on that end. And then once you do, this will kind of be loose, and you can kind of just lift it out of there. But you got to be careful, because these wires will pop off like what this one did here. And here's what you got. You can see the issue. A lot of these are okay, but some of these are like very tarnished. So I just got to go back and forth with the file. Same with these. Yeah, see, that's no good. And that should hopefully make these work a little bit better. So I'll go through all of these, knock them out, and then that should make this module 100%, since we've gone through all of these relays. And we know all these circuits work, at least now anyways, but I'll be back. Alright, that's much better. That's how it should look after filing them down a bit. So that one should work much better. You gotta be careful not to bend those either, because these relays, since they're so small, they have such a short throw. So you want to get that just right. Let's see if I can do this. It should be good. So now we're just gonna wait for the soldering iron to heat up to solder this one wire. And then I can do this one. See, this one's not great either. But should be able to knock that out. And then just rinse and repeat for all the other ones. And then we should be good to go. All right, I finished up the rest of those relays. They were all pretty much in the same condition. And I put it back in there, put that door on there. And tried it out, and now it seems to be working. But I haven't checked it out all the way yet. But I'm just gonna assume that we're good, because I don't know what else would cause that problem if it wasn't. But the next thing we'll look at is the scoring, because we have a big issue. So when all the colors are on this one, it only counts up to half, like it did here. So we'll take the glass out and we'll see what the issue with that is. Hopefully it's something simple, but I guess we'll see. Okay, folded this pen back down for the umpteenth time, and I'm looking at it. I think we might get lucky. So I think what's going on is all these replay cams have two switch stacks down there. This bottom one right here, and based on observation, when it starts counting, as soon as that switch opens, it stops. So I'm thinking I just need to adjust that to where it opens on the second step, not the first step, because that's what's going on. See, it's closed right now, but as soon as it steps up, it opens. And the rest of these are like that. So I think that's the only thing I gotta do. So I'm gonna just try it, and then we'll see if that fixed it. Okay, I adjusted that bottom switch on all the colors. So now when it steps up, still closed, opens. So we'll try it now. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, stopped. Let's see, we should have 12 credits now. And we do. All right, so looks like we got lucky there. But we're not out of the woods yet with the scoring. The blue replay counter needs some work still. So, this is a glass over here, I'll show you. So when the blue is on this one, it doesn't count up all the way. It only counts up to 20, not 24. So I'll set it up and I'll show you what I mean. All right, so we have a win in the blue on the 24, 64, and 144. So I'll show you what I mean by that. See, it only counted up to 20. It's supposed to count to 24. So we'll look at the replay counter and see where it's stopping at. All right, so looking at it a bit, it appears that it's still on that copper trace that I repaired. So that sheet of copper must not be conducting, if I had to guess. So I guess I'll tinker with it a bit, see if I can get it to conduct, and then we'll see if that will fix that problem. All right, so what I ended up doing was I ended up adding some solder to that piece of copper that I put on there, because it wasn't really conducting great. All the other ones were, so I guess that one's the only problem. So now I'm gonna try it again and see if that fixed it. All right, here we go. I guess not. All right, I'll have to tinker with it some more. All right, as you can see, we have 24 credits now. The copper was conducting fine. It was just one of the fingers which is bent just slightly to where it couldn't touch the trace next to it. But after tinkering with that a bit and some switches on the control unit, because it kept doing that stuttering shit, we're back in business. At least I hope we are. Okay. So I think the only things left to do is we're according to the sheet here. Need to check the rest of the score, make sure everything is good. Need to check the rest of the features, and we still need to fix the damn cycle lights. So I'll keep checking the rest of the scores, and I'll come back if we need to tinker with anything else. Alright folks, we're nearing the end of our journey finally. So I've been tinkering with it for a good bit now, and I'm pretty much up to the point where it's pretty much good to go, except there's a few things that I'll have to address. So the first being the cycle lights. So I've been tinkering with that for I don't even know how long now, and I think it's about as good as I can get it, because the problem is, just by looking at the schematics, the way it works is power runs through all three of those, I think actually all four of those relays, and the play features, play scores, red button, and diamond play. And then it runs through the wiring up to the mixer unit and to those two switches on the spotting index. And I don't know what it is, I can't get the lights to glow brightly enough. I'm not sure if it's just because, you know, there's a lot of bulbs, you know, that's a lot of power and amperage, so they're just not that bright. Or it could be that when I replace all these bulbs, I put 44s in them, or 47s. I think these ones have 44s in them. And the factory, even at this time in the 70s, they were still putting the 55 bulbs in them. And the 55 bulbs are nice and bright. They glow immediately when you apply power. And there's actually even still some 55 bulbs left in the game that I've put in there. You might be able to tell when you see them flash. So I'm not sure, and I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. I don't think it's gonna be too much of a bothersome for me, because you know I'm quite picky about things. So, and I kind of just want to be done with it. So I think I'm just gonna settle with how it is now, and you'll see it momentarily when we start playing it. But the scoring, I think it's pretty much set in stone now. I had to tinker with the blue replay counter a little bit more. Because for starters, when it was on this one, it would only count up to 7 and not 8. Now the problem with that is it was one of those copper pieces of copper that I put on there wasn't really conducting great. So I put more solder. I put solder on all of them while I was in there, so I don't have to go back in there again. And it seems to be pretty good. And we were still having that stuttering problem, and it had to be addressed because one, it counts over than what it's supposed to, depending on which payout you have lit. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's not so bad. And there ended up being a couple switches that were adjusted too close to each other on the the replay cams and the index locks. So I think that's good to go. It hasn't been happening since then, so I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that that's fixed. And I've been able to test the double and triple multipliers, and they're working pretty good. So you can see the blue one works. And I think I'm just gonna. The only one I didn't really get to test was the red one, but I'm just gonna assume it's good. And this is actually a red letter game. This feature lights quite often, so I've been able to test it more often. I still haven't tested the last 3. I've been testing the first 3 because they're more prominent, because this doesn't advance all that far. So we'll still need to test those, but the first 3 have been working good. But there's a couple exceptions that I'm not sure if it's an error or what. And you can kind of see here, I'm not sure if this is an error or I don't think so. I'll have to look at my images of this playfield before I took these off the old ones. But for whatever reason, the colors will trip. I don't know why. And pretty much always the blue one does too. The yellow one doesn't really trip. It really depends which one of these is lit. But you can see neither of them are supposed to be tripped, but they are. And I looked through the schematics, and that's just a whole rabbit hole of switches that the power runs through, and with the red letter unit and relays and all that. So, and you know, it's not, to me, it's not really something that, you know, is affecting gameplay in a negative way. So I think for me, I'm just gonna leave it alone. Plus, if that wasn't lit, then I would have only gotten a regular payout. So, you know, can't argue with free credits in a sense. But we still need to check these other ones. And these other ones do have colors that trip, but I'm pretty sure as we test them, the blue one is gonna trip no matter what. The yellow one maybe too, I really don't know. But the twins has never attempted to advance, and it doesn't advance in any of these, it looks like, which is good. But again, even if it did, it wouldn't be a negative thing. It just wouldn't be something that's not supposed to happen. And the final thing, the missed relay on the diamond game, cleaning those relays didn't do a goddamn thing. It would still not pull in if you landed in the wrong hole. And so I took a look at the relay itself, because that's an entirely different relay, or a separate relay that controls that. And I don't know if I must have did something or what, but pretty much almost every switch was bent up, misadjusted, screwed up, you name it. And I had a feeling it had to do with that, because even if the game did recognize that you landed in the wrong hole, when these are flashing when you make the swing, and even if this does come on and that relay pulls in, these are still flashing, and they're not supposed to do that. So fixing those switches disabled that, which is good, because I had a feeling it wasn't right, and it isn't. So we should be out of that, out of those woods. And I think the only thing we really got to do, and I got to cross that out, is just check the remaining features, which is basically just those two, because everything else has been working good so far to my knowledge. And all the light bulbs seem to be working, although I think one of them over here is tripping. But who knows? And the extra balls work good, like I said. Everything else is working, mystic lines. So I think that's all we got left to do. So I'll set it up, we'll test the 4 stars, and then we'll see if it works or not. All right, so the feature is lit. It lit just by playing the game, because like I said, these light fairly often. And it lit 300, so I've landed all 4 numbers and all 4 stars, or numbers in all 4 stars, I should say. So now we're gonna test it. So it should give us 300. We have 69 right now, so we should get 369. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, I can hear it counting up on the inside. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm actually gonna test 600 off camera because I'm not about to sit here and film that damn thing counting up to 600. So I'll come back. I'm gonna wipe this clean so that you can see that it actually does count up. And then we'll check the rest of the features. Okay, I enabled 600 and it did count all the way up to 600. All right, so that is fully working. Thank God, because I'm not about to tackle that if something was wrong with it. Okay, so now we need to check red lit again. So since this is lit, we already have numbers in the stars. I'll just step up the red unit to E, and then we'll see if that works. Okay, E is lit. Now E should have the colors advanced to 300, 144, and 64 for both blue and green. Yellow should advance to 600, 480, 192, and red should stay the same. Mystic line should advance to C before fifth should light. Green and blue score double light should light. Okay. Did it say? Okay, well, looks like blue is gonna light for sure this time. All right, so just gotta hold down the R button and it should start. Oh well. Okay, let me stop this real quick. Okay, let's try it again. I disabled it now, so it shouldn't happen again. And I threw our spirit bulb number 12 so you could see it work. Okay, here we go. Okay, everything looks to be in order. Let's see, so mystic lines are at C, that's good. They pretty much all advance to C, by the way. Green and blue scored double. They lit, and yellow is lit. We'll just ignore that. Before fifth lights, it is lit. And the scores, blue and green, where they should be. Yellow is max and red is the same. Okay, looks good. Okay, so we'll test R. Okay, we have R lit, and on R, red should stay the same. Blue and green should advance to 120, 240, and 450. Yellow should max again. Mystic line should advance to C again. After fifth should light this time. And the red and yellow score double light should light this time, although the blue will probably trip too. And we have numbers in the stars to activate it. So let's see what happens. Okay, perfect. And look, the blue score booster didn't trip this time. Interesting. But it looks like everything else is where it should be. A, B, and C is light. After fifth is lit. Yellow's maxed. Green and blue are almost maxed. And the multiplier trips are tripped. So cool. All right. Now let's test 7. Well, I wasn't recording, but I tested 7, the last letter, it's a number in this case, and everything is correct. All the scores are maxed. A, B, and C is lit. After fifth is lit, and the red and yellow double score boosters are tripped. The blue did not trip this time, which is good. And everything checks out good. Alright, so we are pretty much done with the game. We've knocked out all of this. The only thing that's really left is this here at the very bottom, the tilt. So you may be wondering, what am I going to do about that? And I've just decided that I'm just gonna leave it because I've worked on this long enough and I really don't feel like adding more shit to my plate after I just finished it. So I'm not even gonna bother with that. I did find out, however, that on the control unit, one of the switch stacks that I had to tinker with, there was a switch that when shut, it would activate the, or I think it activates the 25 cent and 5 cent, but mine are both 25 cent, anti-cheat circuit, which in turn activates the tilt trip. And I've adjusted that so that it never closes. But honestly, I never tried it, and I have a feeling it's just going to be the same. So I'm not even going to bother with it. However, if I haven't mentioned this before, I'm actually going to keep this game as a Christmas present to myself since it's Christmas time. And also just because this game is super fun, because a lot of times I stall the video just playing it because it's so fun. And there's so many ways you can play it, all the features, the diamond, the pick a play buttons. It just has a lot to offer, and it's really fun and cool. So I can always just solder that back on and tinker with it myself later down the road if I feel like it. But that's pretty much it. We've fixed everything else in the game. I believe it's all working. There's nothing else to fix. Just might have to watch out for a lot of things, of course. It's really complex and anything could break and stop working at any moment. But right now, we're good. So I'm just gonna hope that it stays that way. All right, so yeah, I think we'll finish it off by putting the glass back on it. And then we'll play it for a bit. So I will be back once I've done that. All right, folks, there she is. All done. What do you think? I think she looks beautiful. Beautiful. The front, I'm so happy with the way the front turned out. All the nice shiny buttons. Clean playfield glass. Clean playfield. Clean back glass. All right. So it's been working pretty good. The only thing I've had to really tinker with was a few light bulbs. I think I still need to tinker with one over here. Not sure. We'll find out soon. But there's one more thing I wanted to show before I remove it, and it's this tax licensing sticker. So it was being operated here in Georgia back in 1993. Was when that tag expired. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, December 31st, 93. Coin operated amusement machines, Georgia Department of Revenue, master license number 81, it looks like. So I'm showing you that now because I'm actually gonna remove that, and I was gonna try to remove it all in one piece, but it looks like it's just gonna crumple up. So I wanted to show that before I do that, because apparently I didn't this whole time, but at least I did it now. All right, so I'll set it up on the tripod and we'll play a few games. We got some credits racked up and we'll have some fun. So I gotta look for the tripod, not sure where it is, but I'll be back and we'll play it. Well, looks like we're not gonna be playing any games yet because when I press the white button, the damn relay don't pull in. So looks like I have to track that bullshit down. Yay. Okay, in the schematics it says that action is responsible through a switch on switch stack number 3. I 100% did this. That's all bent up. Bent a little bit more. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, that should fix that. Okay, got the game back up and running. If you're wondering how I still have the same credits, if you hold in the anti-cheat relay as you're turning on the game, you can prevent your replay reset from pulling in. And then you could still save your credits, I guess. But you have to toggle the cabinet switch on, and then in my instance, I just flip my power supply switch on as I'm holding down that relay. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, good. But I guess that light isn't on. All right, so we'll play it. I'll make sure nothing else is screwed up. Gotta fix that damn light bulb. And then we can finally play it together. Okay, now let's try playing it. All right, we got line A right off the bat. That's cool. Now we got B and C. All right. Lit the yellow rollover. Now the red rollover. Lit 4 stars. Probably never gonna make that shot. That's okay. See, our cycle lights don't look too bad, actually. Makes me feel better. Okay, I think that's as good as we're gonna get on the regular features. Now let's play the diamond game. Okay, let's see how high we can get our score. Okay, I think that's pretty good. All right. Okay, number 5. We got 3 diamonds, so we need 4 more. And we need to land a number that has 4. That's not 4. Well, missed that. Okay, number 1. Move the B column. So we have 2 in the green. And I think that's as good as we're gonna get. So we need 12 or 19. Number 3, okay, so we need 8 or 17 for the red, and then 12 or 19 for the green. Oh, we have to roll over. Okay, that's nice. Game shut off, but we're still playing. 15. Well, that's not really gonna do us any good. Yeah, that's just gonna... Yeah, we can't really do nothing. All right, so I guess we lost that game. That's okay. Okay. Got all the mystic lines. We have the opportunity to triple our scores. We just need a light one. Okay, we lit after shooting 5th ball. That's nice. Okay, we lit 4 stars. Score is 600. Let me see if I could advance just the scores. You can do that by pressing the blue button. There we go, got our yellow one pretty good. Don't know how lucky we'll get. Since I have the best possible features lit, pretty much, that prevents me from increasing my scores. So I guess we'll leave that there. Let's see what we can get for the diamond. Okay, we'll leave it there. There's 6 diamonds, so now we only need 1. That's pretty hard to get. There's only 1, 2, 3. Well, I guess there's 4 numbers. I only have 1 diamond. Alright, and we have 8 lit in the blue. Yikes. But on the positive note, we have 2 in the blue already, so we just need 1 more. And we have after 5th lit, so we can have a much higher chance of making that win if we land in the right numbers. Okay, 12. Ah, there we go. So now we have 3 in the blue. If we get lucky, if we land in 9 or 7, we can make that win. Okay, 5. I don't think we can. Yeah, I can't move it. Can't move it down, but that's okay. So we'll collect our payout. 12 credits, so we should have 146. Perfect. Okay. And I did find out that, yes, that light is in fact supposed to be on the whole time. And the only time it ever turns off is when you enable the tripled relay. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, we got a twins number lit, 12 and 17. Press before 5th is lit. Now after 5th is lit. Let's see if we can get C. You know what? I can actually do that just by pressing the green button. There we go. Okay. I will leave that there. All right, now let's play. This is usually how I always play. I always rack up whatever features and scores I'm satisfied with first, and then I play the diamond. Okay, so we have 1 diamond, so we need 6 more, and we have 7 in the green. 2. So miss that again. 8, okay. Looks like I can make that blue win again. With the same payout. It's funny. Okay. 20. 5. All right, so we'll move C and A. There, now we got 3 in the blue. All right, let's collect our payout. All right, doing pretty good. We just need to make that diamond play win. Okay, we got A and B. Red rollover's lit. That's a good one to have. Okay, we got 8 and 12 for the twin numbers this time. Let's see if we can boost our scores. Okay, green and blue are good. All right, that's pretty good for the diamond. Number 6 again. 2 diamonds. So we need 5 more. Oh, almost made it. All right. We hit the twin numbers, so we landed in 10 and 8 is lit as well. All right. Let me see here. Bet we can move C. So 2 in the blue again. And we just need to make that win there. So we need 3 or 16. Or if we get lucky, we can make a win in the green or the yellow. Okay. We let the red roll over again. That's nice. We just need to land in at least 9. Then we can move that center column both up and down. Drain the ball. Number 1. Well, it doesn't look like we're making that win. All right, we'll try again. Okay, A and B are lit. And C. All right, let's see if I can advance my scores. Red score jumped up. Again. Come on, let me get another color. Okay, that's good. All right, let's see what the diamond has in store for us. Okay, we'll leave it there, I guess. Six again. This damn playfield is not level. Okay, missed it again. That diamond shot is really hard to win, really. Okay. Move C there. I'm gonna leave B alone because the red has a really good payout. $17. $15. Just barely missed it. We could try for extra balls, but I'm not sure how forgiving that is. But we'll give it a shot. I feel like the extra balls in these later games are more feature dependent than randomization, because I feel like if you have less things lit, it's much easier to get the extra balls. Because when I was playing Carnival Queen, I would get the extra balls quite often, despite having, or no matter what was lit. Well, I don't feel like wasting the rest of my credits on that, but we'll just try again. Okay, I'm actually gonna leave it there because we can have an opportunity to boost our scores. Okay, I think that's good there. Let's see if we can unlock the rest of the features. Oh, probably not. That's fine anyway, okay? All right. Let's see what happens this time. Three, okay, and we're in 13 in the yellow. That's a good start. All right, try again. Almost landed in 9. Come on, land something. Ain't got all day. Aha! We did it. So we made 7 diamonds, and now it's giving us the option to collect our payout, which would be 9, or we could shoot again for double or nothing in any red hole. And I think I'm going to push my luck. I need to land in any red hole. Try again. Ooh, did it. Landed in a red hole. Now it's telling me to land in the yellow hole. What do you think? Should I keep pushing it, or just stop and collect with what I have? It's 36 credits, and I would get 18 right now. I think just because this shot is hard to make, I'm just gonna collect my payout. All right, we're at 61 now. And let's see, we got 20, 19, and 13. So we already have 2 in the green, 1 in the yellow. Can't really do nothing there. Can't move those at lines anyway, so we'll just stick with what we got. Okay, 14. That was a red number hole, so I would have lost anyway. 11, okay. Well, didn't win that one. But we won the diamond play, that's cool. Okay, I'm gonna boost my scores again. We let the red double trip. Okay, let's get some features going. Hopefully. Come on. At least give me A. I'll be fine with that. There we go. Okay, got A and B, and got the twins numbers, 8 and 10. All right. Let's see if we could win this again. Okay, I'm leaving it there. That's pretty good. One diamond. And we're in the red, that's good, because if I make that shot, I can potentially double what I have. So we need a 6. Whoa, missed that. Number 6. I'm just gonna leave it there because yellow has a good payout too. Aha. And then twin numbers again. So now we have 2 in the yellow, and still 1 in the red, but now we have 1 in the blue. But we still need, I guess we would have to make the yellow at this point, which is good because that one has a much higher payout. So need 9 or 13. Oh, and we have 5. Okay. I guess we'll spend the last of our credits on the one last game. All right, here we go. Okay, we got A, B, and C. We got twins numbers. The scores are pretty good. And we lit after 5th. Okay, we lit yellow. Yellow doubled is lit. Okay, I think that's it for the regular scores and features. Let's see where we can do with this. See how high I can get it. Okay, almost maxed it. If we make that shot, we'll win big money. And again, 3 diamonds. So we need 4 more. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't even know what to do now. Because my payout's at 54 for just the Super 7. But if I make the red hole, I can get 108. What do you think? Should I do it? Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Red hole. Okay, drain the ball. Oh my gosh. I just potentially won 108 credits. The yellow hole is 216. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm really pushing my luck now. No. Why did I do that? See, this game's fun. Like, you wouldn't have that much fun playing any other bingo. Well, now I have to rely on just the yellow. But hey, yellow's doubled, so if I make it, I can double it. It wouldn't be much, but it'd still be something. 17. Well, that's 3 stars, so if I had red letter game, that would have won that. But, well, I guess that's the end. That's all I can play. Ran out of credits. But, yeah, there was Bally's Super 7 bingo machine. Very fun game. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, except I didn't enjoy repairing it because it took so goddamn long. But yeah, again, super fun game, especially when you're playing the diamond. That's even more fun. But I think what I'll do is I'll make some videos playing it like I always do, and then we'll move on to our next game. So until then, have a nice Christmas, because it's Christmas time, and I will see you in the next bingo bow anchor